It is really hot. I need to pop that top open. Let the coffee cool a little bit. Sheesh. I need to turn my game volume up. It should be fun. Let's see. Alright. Let's get to it. Missed the first 47 minutes, so we're on some borrowed time to get the rest of this going. I watched Torokuro play a 2-hour rotation with Splash Neo. I'm ready. I'm ready. I know I'm ready. Yo, the Incognito. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing, friend? Hope you're having a nice weekend. Doing good, that's awesome to hear. Not doing too bad. I was out and about running some errands this morning, so it's nice to be back and chilling. Weather's been really nice for the first time in a while, so it was also nice to get out and do some walking and exploring. Charger or Squiffer? Oh my chip damage. Those are good bombs. I should have played that slower. I just picked up special, but we'll get special anyways. They took forever to... Okay. Oh my... aim. Monka. I need to like... people to assist. Yeah, we need to push with this. Yeah, nice. Oh, I thought my teammate jumped in. That was... I'm gonna be honest, I forgot they had a stamper on their team. Not gonna lie, this is tough. Okay. Got some room to breathe. Cool. Alright. Need to paint for the rest of our team to be able to make it in. I worked on painting on this map yesterday. Let's see how much that helps us for this rotation. Also forgot we're not playing against the leader. We have the leader on our team, but we're playing against a Squiffy. Any painters? I want to hold mid. That way I get good paint, just good coverage altogether. I have to be careful. Yeah, I was gonna say. Because you can actually hit behind their block from painting top mid, but I want that. Don't want to get blasted by Squiffy. Nice. Oh. Let's see. I played that bad. Yo, what's up, Arbor there? Imagine gaming. So real for that. What's up, Bob? Nah, this map is sick. I won't accept any umami slander. This map is sick. You know, your teammates that play the map, you know, they're trying their best, but... Oops. I might have walked into a hammer there. Issues may be transpiring. I feel like we should be having a lot more offensive pressure. I feel like I'm engaging on a lot of these, and I feel like we have weapons that do a better job. I really hope our machine moves forward. I don't like our machine sitting top mid. I think it's a waste of opportunity. Oh, that was bad on me. Good bomb from the Stamper. Like, if they move up, I can be more aggressive, but otherwise I can't really push forward without special. Oh, I'm dead. This is unfortunate. Can I get jumped on by a blaster? Jesus. Honestly, I probably need to be painting a little bit better. They just like refuse to take space. Is the only issue. Which, like, I understand we have a charger, but against their comp, we need forward pressure. I didn't play very well this game. It is weird on this map understanding good safe spots for us to be able to paint on this map. I was watching Kurakuro play. They like streamed the rotation, and of course I feel like every rotation that I see streamed by like top Japanese players, it's only they only record or like they only stream like Undertow and Eeltail. It's like Undertow, Eeltail, and what's it called? There's another one of those types of match, and Scorch. Like the three maps that I always see, and a lot of those maps, there's a lot. They have an easy time like painting. Basically, I don't really know where I want to sit to paint on that map. I think next time, if there's a situation where I can't move forward, I probably want to play around our block. I'm gonna be honest, like the little L block. Like ideally, I want to get to mid. If I can get to mid, I'm chilling. But I need people to push in front of me. Not like this. Yo, what's up, Jamie? Hello, hello, hello. Never had a bad time on Umami. That's what I'm saying. I'll be going to Riptide. No, I wish I could, but the distance is too far. But I'm excited to watch other people go. Just a little bit out of my budget, a little bit out of range for me. But I do want to go back to a LAN. I really enjoyed it. Machine could hard push this with ledges. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I don't know. Sometimes it's frustrating to play with machines that like spam fizzy bombs. It's just like really tough if we don't have any sort of front line. Rely on a little bit to cover. Yeah. I was going too aggressive. Stamper was having a field day with me. And also wasn't respecting ledges, and Luno Blaster also had a field day. Certainly a misplay on my part. Bro, missed my redeem? Wait, did you redeem? Oh, purple. Whoa, wowzers. Wowzers. I was just making sure that you were serious about your choice and that you didn't want to change your mind. All right. We're going to play around block a little bit, but we should have more forward pressure because a blaster literally can't sit in mid. It's impossible for them to get value by sitting mid. But I'll get more general paint coverage. I was gonna say, probably should. Oh, I shouldn't have pushed that. That was so bad of me. Why did I push that? I don't think they knew I was there initially. I should have been a little bit more patient. I also could have pushed the block. They might have saw me when they used Booyah, but if so, they made themselves way too vulnerable. Huh? Okay. No, I'm gonna... No. Not the nut. Yeah, I can't sit on that right side. Okay, we need to slow down. We need to get paint on mid so we can start pushing through. Oh my god. Holy, 3 of them. I keep trying to push the right side and I'm having a really difficult time. That's my bad. I play that so poorly. Beginning of the game went well, but I felt a lot of pressure from the Nautilus, which I probably could have played around the block a little bit better and just played to survive. I'm not really sure, but I kept trying to go for right side, which I can poke a little bit with V-Splash and Burst Bomb, but I cannot do that. But I think overall, like, these last 2 games went poorly because I'm hitting a certain threshold where I'm feeling too uncomfortable, and I decided to start pushing in instead of deciding to just paint and play with team. Like, I need to find opportunities to go in, but I should be, instead of focusing on looking for ways in, I need to be looking for ways to support the squadron. Throw useful bombs for them, hold paint in certain areas. Get back to the roots of just being a very solid solid gamer. That's the rest of this rotation. The next hour is going to be us playing as solid as we can. Every push forward is a calculated risk. Usually start left. Everyone crowds right. Yeah. 96. I think the spread has value. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I think 96 is interesting. I also think in general, it's really interesting that there's a lot of it's a lot of differing opinions between how Japan feels a lot about parts of this game, or at least I assume so. I actually don't know. I'd be interested to hear specifically how Japan feels about, or like top players that we have access to a certain degree. But how they feel about Splash Neo in general. And also just like maps. Like I mentioned before, like Eeltail, Undertow, Scorch Gorge. Like people, they play those, like their map lists are just filled with maps that we consider terrible and we never want to play. And I wonder what they see in the maps that they really enjoy about it. Or maybe I just don't know their format. Maybe they just don't ban anything. But I feel like every tournament I watch, it's the same handful of maps, and they're always maps that we as a Western audience don't actually, like, engage with. I'm hitting the wall. It'd be interesting to know why that is. Need to get back to safety. Yeah, we're playing it. Oh, DC, hunt for it. My bad. Mincemeat, dude, mincemeat is sick. Mincemeat is unironically sick. I feel like I don't see as much mincemeat recently, but they definitely played a ton. Map style variety? That mean weird stuff. That's fair, that's fair. That's also kind of sick, I don't know. I'm like down for that. It is, I don't know. I think the variety is interesting, but I think it also helps that they, I'm a zones enjoyer, so I enjoy the idea of like doing a lot of variety on a couple, like on just like a single mode basically. Because I'm also in favor of like a relatively limited map pool. Although I say that, and then the map pool they pick for Ranked TV, I'm not a fan of it, I'm gonna be honest. Some of it's okay. Like there's a couple of like heavy hitters that just in general you can't go wrong with. Like anything Hagglefish you can't really go wrong. Like Scorched Clams I personally enjoy, but I can understand why people wouldn't like it. But I don't know. I think it's interesting. Because I'm not the biggest fan of Eeltail, but I actually love Scorch Zones. And I know the community consensus is that that's like one of the worst maps that's ever been in a Splatoon game. But the way that it just feels and the way it plays, I'm actually a really big fan. Kind of safe. Yeah, I think that's fair. Safe is a good way of putting it. I don't find it fun, but honestly, like I can't complain about any of the maps. But when I did Ludi season, it was kind of exciting to just play like Mahi clams and stuff. Like there was just a couple of interesting Mincemeat Rainmaker. There were some interesting moments of from the playlist. Again, not that it's good, but oh shoot. Ah, I got stuck in ink. Yowzers. Yowzers. Alright, I think I need to help push on left side. We already have teammates going right, so. Should be able to push with this. Definitely people around mass. Nice 2 down. I'm gonna go for cut. There's one more alive. This is pretty risky, but. Nice. Nice. Monka. Probably not turn my back to the enemy team. Trying to throw... I don't really know where I should get suction bombs. I feel like I haven't played with suction bombs in so long. Kind of like forget how they work. And like how to get value out of them. Like Splatoon 3 is just such a different game. You just never know. That person did not want to interact and play the video game. Uh-oh. There's no one else painting. Oh, we're gonna get... yeah. I did not want to go top mid. I was hoping for a pick on the reflux, but... honestly, I should have been looking for that anyways. I could have just shot them from underneath. There's a lot of interesting angles that I just never go for. And going from bottom mid and watching mass is something that I don't look for often. Bless my teammates. Someone behind us. What if he just like took the zone back real quick? Just as a little prank. Oh shoot. Just a joke. It's just a joke. Just a prank. I'm gonna get a ledge cam by this machine. Dude, my movement feels so awkward right now. Oh, crying. Nice. I don't want to die to a random spot bomb. What if we just stay consistent, play for Tri-Slash? By Tri-Slash, I mean Tri-Strike. Nice job. Leaving spawn on this map's awful. Yo, what's up, Spanish Armada? Welcome and welcome. Almost top 500. Let's go, Lucy. Let's go. We love to hear it. Also, welcome. New ranked mode at the year mark? Wait, what do you mean new ranked mode? Oh, you're saying like a 5th mode. Maybe. I'd be down for it. What would they do though? I mean, like they talked about like that 8-ball thing, which sounds awful. Like that 8-ball, whatever that 8-ball thing that they were testing out, that should be that's like an event mode. You can have a fun campaign gimmick as a competitive mode for like 2 hours, and then you're never playing it again. That I would actually be excited for. Because wasn't that Rocket one that they talked about? Isn't that effectively like what they did with Tri-Strike? Well, then maybe it was different. I don't remember. They never gave full details. They just kind of, some people like were able to kind of play it. That video was really interesting back in Splat 2. There was like someone that made a video on like 2 abandoned game modes from Nintendo. I'm so excited for the Anarchy stuff. Almost top 500 good. I mean, I'm nowhere close to top 500, so I envy you. That's some real grinding that I can respect. We love to hear it. What's your power up? I'm actually interested. 'Cause I don't even think I don't think I've seen like the top 2000 or whatever when they start showing you all that stuff. $28? Yo, let's go. That's hype. Yeah, super sick. If I never play a comp game on the humpback again, I'll die happy. As a person that played K-Shop, please no. I'm looking forward to it. I'm not a humpback either, but I'm not as big of a fan. I'm gonna be honest. If I want a or if I want a map with like awkward terrain, I would much rather have Muscle Forge. Or wait, what was the one? I don't even remember. It took me so long. Bab, you remember? It took me forever to like know the names of maps, and even then I still don't remember most of them. But Muscle Forge is the one that they always played like Rainmaker on, right? I really like Zone on that map, even though it was kind of a weird stalemate thing. I think the weird gimmicks that they had on the map were very interesting. Ooh, what a bomb. Imagine if I whipped them with the 180. Also, welcome in, Bear. Hello, 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 hello. I think I preferred being able to help on this right side. Not when teammates go down though. That makes things very awkward. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot that they're Inkjet and that they can just... How did the Inkjet shot hit me? That's crazy. Yeah, I'm okay with going left. Oopsie. But only going left against Tri-Slash. That one hurts. Okay. I do think it needs to be my responsibility to... Oh, shoot. Oh. Yeah, it's Jeej. I think it needs to be my responsibility to, like, force the recap. Holy aim. This definitely feels like a machine rotation in GL, but I want to keep learning Neo. Yeah, pushing through, like retaking through left feels awful. And like I can help left with a crab, but I kind of got bodied that game. $5.23, nice. Yeah, Bear. You're the same Bear on Twitter.com. I just enjoy playing the game, you know? If we get a power, we get a power. But as long as I'm motivated to like try stuff when I'm playing solo and I'm not bored of it, then I don't really care. There's a lot of pressure that people put on themselves trying to get to certain powers. At the end of the day, solo queue should just be an opportunity. Like I agree for the most part that like people say it's like just mechanics that you should be working on when playing solo queue, which I definitely agree with, but I don't know. Overall, I do think that I think sometimes people get too stuck on like hitting a specific power and that like forces them to like stop playing, which I think is problematic. Of like, oh, I just hit 26 or oh, I hit you know, whatever, like usually it's like a round number. Or, oh, I hit 3K and it's time for me to stop, and that's often like counterintuitive. It's like what you need to be doing when playing solo queue. Some of that's because of, you know, humans are naturally like adverse to losing stuff. Like if we have something, we don't want to lose it. But holy frame rate. But I think the other thing is we kind of perpetuate like a weird dynamic in our community when it comes to powers and everything that I think is unhealthy in terms of like the overall mindset. Level 23 on your JP account. We love to hear it. That's sick. Oh, it's Sigurd. Another fellow Gorilla member. Represent. I can't aim. Our whole team went down. This is unfortunate. Just gonna throw those bombs so the team can get in safely. They don't really have anything to ledge camp, but I can't obviously just drop. I didn't get that off fast enough. Our whole team is pushing from the left. Why? I need to be painting. That's a decent bubble. We take those. Nice. Alright. Teammates are killing it. Yeah, I was sitting in recon yesterday just like practicing how to paint on this map. You can hit so many areas. That's one thing that I've learned when it comes to painting. You can hit, like if you just sit top mid and you're like efficient with your painting, you can hit so much stuff in like a little bit of time. Like I can hit behind that entire block. Painting for that block is definitely like risky. I thought I had a burst spawn. V-splash moment. I don't enjoy playing the game. You only enjoy playing in a comp setting. The only problem with that is that you're gonna compromise your comp setting stuff if you don't play like solo queue. You're settling. Oops. Which, like, you know, playing the game at all, like if you're trying to improve or enjoy the game or whatever kind of relationship you want to have with the game, like, oops, I should have kept moving. There's no way this thing's still alive. This isn't even a good jump at this point. Ooh. Easy. Not easy. Holy. I don't really know where I need to hit tri-strikes on this map, but like hitting their backside of snipe is usually pretty good. Like hitting their back snipe and then hitting their block. Like this block is like everything on this map. Oops. They snuck through. I thought T-Tech was watching that. I'm so sad. They're still holding on. Alright, we took lead at least. Imagine if I killed Lugas right there, that would have been nuts. My movement is trash. I have no clue how to improve my solo queue play and power. Yo, thank you for the follow there. I mean, a lot of times it really is just consistency. Like it's consistency and getting a bunch of reps in. But there's definitely, I don't know where the Flingza is. I shouldn't have pushed. That was so bad of me. I should have got bombs. I thought they were gonna be sharking on right side, but that was a good mix-up. Like, I can't even push right now. Ah! This game is difficult. The fall off, no way. Any painters? Nice. Alright. I owe it to you all to win this game. No, the other side's not painted. Okay. Why did we win that game, dude? What the heck? I'm gonna be honest, I did not expect to be able to turn that one. I thought once I had control of the other zone, I thought we were gonna lose it, but apparently the other person just didn't bother to deal with me. Alright, I fed a ton though. I need to be a lot more respectful. This map is so awkward when it comes to like... Because like pushing for block I can't really do, but I don't really want to sit on dome either. I think I need to just get like... I don't know. I need to slow down a little bit. Like I'm just like hardcore feeding in some really weird spots. There's also opportunities for me to move forward. I'm really scared as a Splash Neo to still move forward. Also, I don't know how... Maybe I'm not running as much swim speed. I feel like Kuro when they were like... Because I didn't steal their build exactly. I just used like what I had to mimic it as closely as possible. I swear, they move like way faster than me. Which is like unironically true, but you know. Only enjoy playing 10. Your 10's pretty godlike though, in GL. Actually really good. Base game unappealing, for real. Got into a weird situation. Yeah, solo queue, and as part of like the benefit of solo queue is that you do get to practice a lot of decisions that they may only come up like once or twice in like a tournament or like in a week's worth of tournaments, but having that backbone of it is nice. Especially if I'm alone. Yo, what's up, free though? Hello. School's been throttling. No, stop. Does that actually happen? That's like missed opportunity on knowledge, dude. How are they doing that? I hate that that's a thing. Fortunately, most every place that I've been to, like, they've had data caps, or they've had it like you just pay an extra $10 and then you get, like, you don't have to deal with data caps, but it's so sad that that's like the state of our society. It's honestly awful. I'm gonna get pushed. I don't like this. That was a terrible third one. What the? Sorry, teammate. I failed you. Why am I getting solo missile? Oh, it's the same flings, huh? Alright, at least we have some knowledge. No, you're good. I need to actually time a push with the rest of the team. I have to wait till after crab and just hope our teammates don't go down. Trying to save you. That charger's so far. I have to be careful of flings this still. Yep. Sorry, I should have kept painting mid. Once. Oops. No, oh my, 3 people. I shouldn't have pushed there. I wanted to push because I wanted to like use the... I want to work a little bit more. Like, you don't do it often. Bro, how many mines do they have? But I want to work on using my tri-strikes to like move in. And, like, that's the thing with solo queue, is like sometimes you just have to play like a slightly different playstyle if you're trying to work on specific things. Are we going in by ourselves? Yeah, the problem is that they're still on our left side. This ain't the play. Holy shit. Nice. Bro, their leader's playing so aggressive. Honestly, I was just serving as a distraction there. I just need to stay alive, and that was the only way I could do it, is just throw the tri-strikes underneath me. Nice. Uh-oh. I think I just jump off the map? What the heck? Oh. Dang. I felt weird painting. Just like straight up painting top mid, but I thought I could cut off the angle from leader, but leader always finds a way. Unfortunately, I can't be pushing up like this. I got another bomb down. This is sad. I just have to regroup and we push in with a tri-strike. Oops. Ouch. Not gonna lie, we got a leader diff that game. That was unfortunate. Like, that game, I can't ever take any aggressive risk. Gonna be so rusty when you get back? Yeah, for real. It's basically a chore if I could vibe with friends. Yeah, I mean, Anarchy, I mean, the League stuff will definitely help with that. But, yeah, I don't know. At least for me, there has to be like a... I feel like there needs to be a certain degree of... Holy... Like, finding the thing that you actually want to improve during like a rotation or something. Like, if you go into solo queue without a focus, then you're just gonna, like, your play is gonna reflect that. You're just autopiloting. Not you specifically, but just whoever's the person that's playing. Like, you want to look for those interesting decisions. Look for the interesting interactions and like how to play around it. and like be willing to get punished by stuff. Like sitting top mid and painting was very awkward, but I could, it's like, you know, painting top mid while having to deal with a charger. And like, I thought I was safe for a certain degree, but their leader was in like an off angle and was able to punish me for doing that. And like, those are like good interactions to get punished for, and good interactions to like, no, for future stuff. But everyone's just focused on clips. Everyone's focused on KDs. Everyone's trying to find a teammate to complain about, like me last game saying leader tip. But you know, holy, I don't know why I jumped. But there's just so much that you need to focus on in this game. Like just like holistically, like things that you need to improve. Like there's stuff about the specific map, there's stuff about the weapon, you know, getting yourself into those awkward spots like we were mentioning before. No. Umbrella's unstoppable. The weapon's broken, someone nerf it. Consistency is definitely key, but at summertime you can focus on improving. Yeah, I feel ya. I just noticed my mechanics getting infinitely worse if I'm not actually like playing the game. Okay, against their comp I literally cannot move forward. But I have to also deal with a leader, but we also have a leader. Nice. Okay. We are kind of wild with it. I should not be jumping there. I didn't actually think there was going to be someone over there, I'm going to be honest. I'm like, there very well could be, but I didn't actually expect it. So I jumped to get extra range on my paint, but that's a bad habit that I've noticed when I've been trying to focus on painting more. Uh-oh. Not the solo missile. So goofy. Strong low level player? I mean, hey. Don't get too caught up in the expectations. Just try to focus on minimal improvement, little things you can focus on. The day-to-day is what makes you a great player. Bro, I'm gonna die to this reflex. I'm crying, I'm crying, I'm crying. Holy. I need to look for an opportunity to move forward. Honestly, like, their team can't fight. I don't know why. Like, if I stay in place against them, I'm gonna get punished by their comp. I think I need to be more willing. Like, I have to adapt the rest of this game and, like, look for opportunities to actually push forward. Let's do something like this and just go. Oh, shoot. I didn't expect them to drop left because we had a leader. If they did what they did, I expected my leader to hit that, but it's unfortunate. I don't blame them or anything. It happens, but holy. Yeah, I need to We can keep no penalty. We can actually take lead from this. Yeah, this is like where I need to push. I don't know what I'm doing. They're both in back straight. Just... They're gonna start feeding for lead. Oh, they didn't start feeding. I'm gonna say they're gonna start feeding for end of game though. I can tell you that much. Wait, did they shoot 3 shots after I splatted them? What was that? What was that? I splatted them and then the game ended and somehow they shot 3 shots out of nowhere. That was crazy. But yeah, I need to like just push. Against a comp like that, I need to push. Like I can't force against like a Flingza or something that's gonna sit in ink, but against their comp, you just kind of have to go. You just kind of have to push it. Wait, you painted 3,000? What the heck? And lost on Manta. Honestly, that's a very Manta thing to happen. I'm not gonna lie. Alright, maybe we can get through one more rotation and then we'll get to some reviews. I'm so close to ending the game. I think that was the previous game. Run before the queue changes its mind. Timer at the top almost ran out. Yeah, no, I saw that. I almost like, I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes you just like give up on the game before the game's actually over. Not that like you actually give up, but you know, sometimes it's just like literally impossible for certain scenarios to come to fruition. And that was almost a situation where I wanted to like, I'm like, oh, I'll just like go for this fight instead of focusing on like trying to recap zone because it's just not going to happen. But fortunately I didn't do that in that previous game. It would be after voting 3 years too. Yo, what's up, Vapor? Yo, you got 2,900? Sheesh. Lucy on that grind. I'm inspired. Still need to DM me. DMs are always open. Always open for you, my friend. Yeah, their comp was a little interesting. All right, I'm actually gonna look at the comps before getting into the game. They're gonna have a lot more aggression, so I probably want to work with teammates like that and get picks on the Petra, but I was unable to do so. I am. I have to be careful of machine just sitting underneath bunker if I'm painting from bunker like that. Nice. Holy rain. Yeah, this is bad. Yeah, I can't push this. Yeah, what did they get splatted by? Oh shit, I'm gonna die to Tetra. Oh, my paint. I'm so sorry. I'm so dead. I thought I ended up painting the side of that wall so I could help when we initially pushed right side. Booyah? Oh my god. Does Reef Slider destroy your Booyah Bomb or no? I mean, what am I saying? My Suction Bomb? Like, does Reef Slider destroy objects? I was gonna throw the Suction Bomb before, but I thought that it... I forgot if they actually made that change or if it's like an obvious change that they should have done. But I couldn't remember. Oh, they're one shot. Aye. There's still a Tetra behind me. I need to move faster. I can't mindlessly be doing that. Tetra went far right. I'm having the hardest time painting that. I don't know why. I can't see. I had to break my wrist for that one. I wasn't willing to do the impossible. I don't even feel comfortable jumping in. Although I forgot I'm not running Object Shred, I'm running Stealth Jump, so I should have been comfortable jumping in. We're probably not going to hold lead for this. This is awful. What am I doing? Wait, that didn't paint the wall? I know it like paints in a weird pattern, but that's shocking. That trash strike, like it probably painted on the other side of Flappa. Surprised it didn't paint wall at all. I'm gonna die to Tetra. That was a terrible way to engage. Good trade. Oh god. No. I shot between two of them. Oh my god, we are choking. Help to you, Nova. I believe in you. I believe in you. I'm still baffled. I got no paint. I panicked there, but I got no paint. I think you can still kill with bombs? Okay. Like, I know that they added, like, extra armor and stuff, but I don't know if they actually, like, changed anything. Like, once it actually explodes if something happens, but okay. I think it's partially my mechanics and partially my my positioning is like really bad. I should be sitting in spots that I can actually like drop on them. Like I need to actually be ready to start moving in. Like I don't have a game plan to start pushing at them. That's why when I don't watch players actually play, things feel really awkward. So I can just feel my positioning feels very awkward, which makes engaging on them very awkward, which means I panic and then I position even more awkward. Yo, what's up, B thing? Hi, my name's Barrett. Welcome in, Barrett. Hello, hello, hello. Yep, kind of plays weird giving its range. Yeah, and a lot of the weirdness, like truthfully, is self-inflicted. Because I can just feel, I can feel the awkwardness and the lack of confidence in the way that I like decide to do things on this weapon. But I need to lurk in more aggressive positions. And I have to also be able to like quickly like go for stuff. Shoot. We need to, oh my god. We need to get our ballpoint on. Like right here, I just feel very, like I feel uncomfortable to go for anything when I'm playing a swash. Which going into like 3 of them there wasn't a good idea, don't get me wrong. Also, thank you for the follow. I ran off the map because I was trying to find the activity B thing. Hello, hello. Or, Barrett. Thank you for the follow, my friends. Alright, I need Tri-Strike and we need a way to get in. Alright, what's up? Ooh, yeah, that's disgusting. We're both dead. Oh, at least only one of us died. Yeah, I'm just gonna, I need to like hold our zone and then hope our teammate comes up with a plan and hope that Luna isn't watching me. I'm actually feeding? Actually trolling? Okay. Cool. That's our machine? Forgot that there's 3 machines currently. Ooh, I'm crying. Oh my. What the? Yeah, I ended up pushing there because my teammate went all the way right. Which that actually worked out really well. There's a Luna. Hi. Nice. Yeah, that whole thing opened up because my I was able to push with my machine. They went through cut. I was sick. And a lot of that's also my problems. Oh no, am I getting blocked? Wait a minute. It's been a while since I've gotten one of these. I have gotten one of these in Splatoon 3. Where people will send a friend request and then immediately block you. Oh wait, you sent me. Oh, my bad. Oh, hi. I forgot that. I'm gonna be honest, ever since polls existed, I forgot that friend codes also existed. From Belgium? Pog, Pog. Replay code, nice, nice, nice. Alright, so yeah, if you can, if you're familiar, comfortable with Discord, I have a channel in Discord, that's what I go through. That is specifically called VOD Submissions. That's the easiest way for me to keep track of them, so if you wouldn't mind doing that, that'd be wonderful. And just make that Google form while I'm waiting right now. Hold on, Google form. think. Um. Oops. Wonder if I can build a bot that just takes these form submissions and dumps them into that channel. That'd be kind of sick. Question am I looking for? No. Where's the template? Can you watch my replay? You don't have Discord? I see, I see. So right now there are, I think, about 5 ahead. We might be able to get to it today, but I don't think we'll be able to get to it now. Just because we want to get through the other ones, but we'll certainly get to it. But there's an order that I need to go through. No. My bad. Nice cleanup. I had a panic jump at the end there. The panic jump got me splotted. Probably should just... that's unfortunate. If I kept shooting, I might have actually gotten the splat cleanly. I haven't seen a Kraken in so long. Okay, we use way too many specials together. Wasn't there someone like right there? Can't all be focused on the Neo. The terrible drop. I need to jump. I needed to sit behind cover if I was gonna jump. That was a huge throw on my part. If we could just like hold one of the zones. Yeah. Tough game. My bad. Yeah, I just need to focus on holding zones. I could die to the hammer. The hammer. Alright, anyways, let me get this submission going. Hold on. Do. Question types magically update based on your question. Google is so smart. So smart. I think we're 2-2 right now. I don't actually know this series. I feel so uncomfortable moving in when there aren't clear options for me to do so. Do. Form is saved. Now I just need to put it into a command. Yo, Alpha, thank you for the follow, my friends. And we gotta deal with missiles. We have to deal with a lot of annoying pressure from their team. The only thing that's gonna make me cry is the 96 slightly, but really it's the not. I forgot that things don't... I forgot Trash Rake doesn't stick to the splash wall. Even though I missed splash wall in that specific example, but... Nice. Yowzers. I really want to get a splat on that knot. That'll work too. I want to get it on our block so our team is able to push a little bit. I just need to distract and stay alive. Aim? I'm good my aim. Holy. Nice. No, I missed my jump. Oh! I should not be poking out like that. That is dangerous. I missed. Wait, it's Pika Dave. I didn't see that. It's not as about to say, I thought there was someone behind us. That's like good patience by my teammate, not immediately jumping in. They're gonna throw missiles at us, so it's important to get paint behind us. Because we need somewhere to retreat to. That's really unfortunate. That was very fortunate. I was out of range. I don't know why I didn't just hard commit to that. We don't have anyone painting? Okay. I threw this game. That was so bad of me. Nah, it's fine. It's fine. I just gotta rekindle. I can paint for special on base. They just used vacuum, so I don't care about that sucking up my stuff. I need to get these closer to us so that... No, oh, I'm dead. I'm so sad. I thought that the 96 was gonna run out after our other teammate. We need to get someone into one of the zones. No! I'm so sad, man. Games are so easy. Unfortunate. Yeah, I didn't respect the Kraken enough. I thought they were going after our other teammate. I think the biggest thing I learned from this set of games is that I need to like not be scared with this weapon. Oh yeah, I need a command on how to actually submit codes. But thank you so much, Lucy, for all that. Oh yeah, those games felt very winnable. That hurts. Oh well. Until next rotation. Yeah. Like over on average I need to be way more aggressive, but a lot of times the few opportunities that I did decide to be aggressive, I chose bad times to go for it. But these last couple of games I think I played like okay. It was okay. But I could be getting a lot more pressure by moving forward. Yo, what's up, Zach? Trying to investigate Hyperpine Neosplash. Why it's picked over V-Splash? I don't really get it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to play it and learn a little bit more myself. From the little bit that I've watched, it definitely... I think there's advantages to using the Neo. Which this is just my opinion based off of only, you know, little bits of competitive play that I've seen and really trying to analyze it myself. This is not a, oh yeah, this is what other people have decided kind of thing. So I could be very off in my analysis, but I think part of it with Splash Neo is like, at least when I play V-Splash, it feels like a pretty big liability in a lot of cases. Like the special at least. I think we've hit the we've gone past the threshold where like Crab is worth, like there's enough, especially if people are playing super meta stuff, there's enough stuff that hard punishes Crab to where it's not necessarily worth it all the time. But I think the biggest thing for me with, so that's one thing. So like early on people adopted Neo Splash by like on the map like Flounder, for example, because Flounder Crab feels really gross. Like there's some Crab spots that feel really good, but especially retaking with Crab, like either you get shots, you can control your ramp if you use Crab on Snipe, but you can like barely get into, like you can't hit the important spots that you want to hit, which is like the backstage area. You know, because most good teams, they're not going to play on your ramp, you know, like they're not looking to push through, they'll just fight you at that choke versus trying to push past it, which really diminishes the value of Crab in that kind of scenario. But outside of that, there's just a lot of hate on Crab right now, and I think there's enough Crab hate that it's still good, but it's harder to consistently get value, and you get punished super hard for getting, like when the hate is there. So, you know, Inkjet is obviously a really big proponent to that, in my opinion. At least especially at like higher level JP stuff, like everyone's using Inkjet, at least one Inkjet. And in a lot of cases, it's not really worth it. You know, I mean, Fizzy Bomb, Machine itself, like even Plasters, like can be really annoying. Stampers, obviously, and Wipers. Stamper especially, but Wiper does like a decent job. You know, whether they have a direct counter to it or they have a way to completely avoid the Crab altogether. And like something like Zipcaster, I'm not the best Crab, but if someone pops Zipcaster, I just like don't want to play the game anymore. It's like I can't really do anything unless they pop it in a bad spot. But like if they pop Zipcaster and just like go behind me, it's like my crab is ruined. There's a lot of things that can happen that require you to like roll backwards. And like rolling with crab now with like all the nerfs and everything, it's so clunky that it's hard to get value back. And you can still get shredded pretty fast. So that's part of it. I think whenever I watch Tournament Splash or Neo Splash, they have a lot of like its paint is overall better. And part of that is because, sorry, I need to get the code up while I'm doing all this. But part of it is because of the, what's it called? The, like Suction Bomb really helps with painting. Especially in a mode like Zones. Like Splash allows you to, I mean, V-Splash with burst bombs allow you to get paint down immediately, but when you're trying to like paint the zone and force zone, you don't really need to paint immediately, if that makes sense. Like you're just looking for like the retake itself. You're not looking to like get the most paint over time kind of thing. And so Suction Bomb helps with the actual like retake structure. And I think the same thing goes with Tri-Strikes, is that it helps with like that retake structure where you throw the Tri-Strikes and then while the Tri-Strikes are still going off and are active, and a lot of times they'll force it on the actual zone itself, you can paint while that's going off. Like you can get your paint off while you're using Suction Bomb, while Suction Bomb actually pops and while Tri-Strike actually pops. And you'll see that a lot when it comes to these teams like retaking. I also think that it helps for Tri-Strike to be fast. Like you can get rid of it fast, which allows you to get back to painting even faster. And that's where I've seen a lot of value. And again, same thing with Suction Bomb, like the ability to stall. Like the game feels a lot slower, or at least based around specials. I use the restroom real quick and then we'll get to it. But it's an interesting topic. I'd be interested to hear more perspectives from others, but I've been trying to watch more like, because like Kuro has like stream solo queue, has played tournaments and stuff, and has played a lot of Neo Splash, and that's where I see them the most comfortable, is them getting value out of the actual, at least in zones. It's hard to tell in like the other modes and everything, but I think especially in zones, like your ability to recapture the zone, I think Neo Splash does a way better job on that. I would say the only, again, I'm not trying to say this like V-Splash is bad. And I think part of it as well is like V-Splash is easier to use in a weird way. It has more like tools to be self-sufficient versus I think Neo Splash is a weapon that complements a team. It actually provides that support role better than V-Splash. Because you don't really want like V-Splash to, like I'm more comfortable in V-Splash because I'm more self-sustaining. I can fight off of a Stamper. I can fight off a machine. As long, like, not that I win the fight, you know, you lose those fights really hard as a Splash, but you at least have enough bombs and enough poke in order to like clear that situation. Just for you to like stay alive. And that's why I feel more comfortable in V-Splash. And, you know, people, especially at the levels that I'm playing at currently, like you can punish people with crab pretty easily. But I think at a very high level, like the Neo Splash does a better job overall at like actually supporting your team, because it has a lot of paint output and it has a lot of stall potential. And I think being able to stall in a lot of spots is really good. It's just like, you know, throwing Suction Bomb in an area and then they have to like respect it has like, it doesn't seem super valuable on the surface because it's like, you know, oh, they just move away from the Suction Bomb, it's whatever. But like in the bigger scheme of things, especially when people like actually coordinate properly, that stall and that space control like really matters. It's hard to take advantage of, you know, the space that Suction Bomb provides you. It can be hard to take advantage of the space that like a Tri-Strike gives you, but the advantages are definitely there. And again, also in a mode like Zones, like Crab paints less than like the turret mode of Crab paints way less than like an actual splash itself. So if you're, when it comes to like actually holding the zone or retaking the zone, like your special is anti-synergistic with the objective itself. Because if someone pops Crab, like you outpaint them like very, very heavily. Like very, very heavily. Obviously they have the kill potential in Crab, and that's definitely not something to overlook. But you know, I think they're both fine. The one thing that I will say, even at like those higher levels that I'm talking of competition that I'm talking about, the one opportunity for V-Splash to have an advantage is when your comp has a ton of chip. There was a comp I was watching that the Kuro played in a tournament. I think they're playing with Negora. Maybe they were playing with someone else. Or it might have been Ryukun. I don't remember. One of the really good ballpoint players. But they ran double ballpoint machine, which like triple fizzy bomb, you know, triple fizzy bomb and inkjet and all this other stuff. And like V-Splash makes a lot of sense in that kind of scenario. And I'm not sure if that's why they picked V-Splash, but to me, that makes a lot of sense. Is that if you are running a super heavy chip comp, I think you can complement it quite a bit with the V-Splash. And I think that's the other thing as well. Because like for me in our comp, I like running V-Splash because I can support my Tetra and help get additional chip and make the enemy team feel uncomfortable with just burst bombs alone, especially if I run sub power up. I can poke from a really safe distance, but I think again at higher levels, I don't really think you really need to do that because people play with which I don't know how much I don't know how much Tetra actually sees play currently. It's not bad. It's still really good in the overall state of the meta. But if you're running Tetra, you're probably running ballpoint machine, which already has double fizzy. And you know, if you can have someone that just generally paints, I think it's on average probably going to be a little bit better. But that's just been the way that I see it. But overall, I think Neosplash does a really good job at stalling. It's just, it can be hard to use those tools, but in a specific mode like Zones, having the stall tools and having the delayed paint from Tri-Strike and the delayed paint from the Suction Bomb helps you get a ton of paint on the zone to be able to like actually retake it, if that makes sense. So anyways, let me catch up with chat. Let me use the restroom real quick and then I will we'll get to it. Appreciate y'all's patience with this. Neosplash has better burst paint. Yeah, for sure. Better for retaking. Hey, that's what I said. You're pretty smart, Viper. Compared to Crab, it's better at holding areas. People play V-Splash like a Slayer. Yeah. That is a better and quicker way to summarize all of the words I just said. Listen to that Vapor person. They're actually pretty smart at the game, you know? I'll play Splash, but I'm saying what I think is happening. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I feel like it doesn't make any sense to play that over T-Tech, or is it better to choose which over the other? I mean, T-Tech doesn't paint very well. Like, from someone that plays Splash a lot, T-Tech doesn't really, like, nothing compares to the amount of paint that that Splash provides, like the consistent paint. Like T-Tech does have some additional range, but again, like Vapor was saying, Neosplash is definitely like a support, like a true support role. And I think outside of Japan, and I'm not familiar, like, you know, all of the Australian teams and all the West, I mean, you know, I don't know all of the Western regions, so I'm not trying to generalize, but Japan plays a lot more methodical. And I think they're more comfortable like being able to slow down. Whereas at least for us Americans, you know, we're trying to like go in, we're trying to get kills, we're looking for flash. and we like to bash our head against stuff, you know, like the whole like not play, like us being very good with the knot. Like it's a very American type of type of weapon. That's like a little bit off topic, but I think stylistically, like V Splash makes a lot of sense. Neo Splash is like, it's easy, but it's also hard at the same time. Like it's very easy, but it's also kind of hard. Close to top 3,000 in zones using Prella. Sheesh. Grats. But yeah, I don't think people want to actually slay with Neo Splash. Like there's opportunities when you have the momentum to like push with it, and that's something that I was really struggling with in this last rotation, and I need more reps with Neo Splash to be able to accomplish that, because it feels really awkward not having slaying tools but still being aggressive and having to rely on just your main weapon to like navigate around the map. He's been trying to rely on V Splash more because we all play short range shooters. I think burst bombs are the only way we can really deal with machine and stuff. Kind of. Like I do think that the rise of like ballpoint specifically allows for like it provides more answers for something like a machine. Or if you play like a stamper, for example, it provides you an answer to the machine. So yeah, if you are playing literally all short range shooters, I definitely think Neo Splash is going to be tough. I agree with you. I'd prefer having the V Splash. Not to say that it's optimal, but at least where I'm at as a player, like that those situations are really difficult to navigate if you don't have another answer in your comp to deal with those things. So I'm with you. Like I can't counter a machine or a stamper or anything with burst bombs, but I can at least like zone them off and stay alive long enough to get a crab to have an answer for it. So yeah, I think in your I don't remember your exact comp. I know that you'll have like a backline. 2x splash, T-Tech, and ballpoint. Tried machine to give us better mid-range. It's not really your thing. So would you be sacrificing a splash for your machine in that comp, or playing splash? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, it really depends on how you play it. I don't know. I'm not really I don't hate T-Tech, but I feel like it is a little bit awkward in some ways. Just because other weapons slay better than it, and I think that it is kind of objectively worse in terms of supporting. I feel like a lot of people are comfortable combining something like Tri-Strikes and like an Inkjet or something to push with that. 3 shooters is too much. Kind of. To me it feels really awkward, but it's okay. It's okay on certain maps. Like double splash and especially double crab, I think it works on a lot of maps, you know? Like a lot more open maps, which we don't really play Eeltail anymore, but like Scorch Clams, for example, I feel like crabs are like totally fine. And as long as you like use them correctly in the right positions, you know, you can really take advantage of the paint that 3 shooters provide. But then when you start looking at maps like Manta and you start looking at maps like Flounder, like that comp's really gonna struggle. I say as a team that often also plays comps without any sort of machine, which we've had more flexibility, and like I think everyone on our team basically at this point can play a machine, but we have to mix and match our comps a lot, and just not having something to go over ledges can be really awkward on a lot of maps, especially the maps that like end up seeing play. Yeah, machine. Yeah, like on certain maps, like you're stuffed. There's not a thing you can do. Also, Vapor, you said TLDR because I'm lazy to go in depth. Strikes work better with Splash Neo, in my opinion. You get more paint and more retake potential with the team. It has more overall paint and burst paint than T-Tech, were the most important at top level. Something that kills very slightly better because of fire rate with RNG compared to increased paint plus no RNG. Plus your team have team play, which relies on comms and pairing versus individual fights. Yeah, no, I'm definitely with you. And the other thing with T-Tech is like T-Tech still doesn't do a good job against machine, and it doesn't do a good job against ballpoint, and it doesn't do a good job against like any, like it doesn't do well against Stamper or Wiper. So like if you're not painting as a short range shooter, you're gonna struggle. But again, that at the rank, honestly, the rank that basically all of us are at, unless, you know, unless one of the handful of top teams, if any of those players came in, then maybe they could have a different perspective. But like at the competitive level that all of us are playing in, you know, like we can make something like a T-Tech work, but I do think at a certain point, like short range shooters are basically just kind of providing paint and stability. And I don't think T-Tech does a very good job at that against like the weapons that it has to deal with, because it's all relational, you know. It's like that's the whole thing with the meta is like T-Tech I think overall is like fine. Like I think it's a very solid weapon, but it almost feels like you know, good at everything, master at none. And when you're trying to build a team comp, that isn't always the best way to go about it. Like you could get away with it in with something like a K-Shot and 2 because of like missiles, you know. And also like K-Shot could play a very flexible role because it had the suction bomb to stall. And if everyone else is playing you know, K-Shot, like if the meta is like all K-Shot, if for whatever reason, if the meta was all T-Tech and you didn't have to play against machine, you didn't have to play against like the Splatanas, then like you'd be chilling. But you know, that's like interesting to think about going back. Like I wonder how Splatoon 2's meta, like I wonder if it would still just be like Missile Fest if Splatanas existed back then. Like it's a purely theory type thing, but it'd be really interesting to see kind of how that happens. Yo, what's up, sons? Anyways, I need to be right back. But yeah, that would be the biggest thing, Zach, is like I just think T-Tech gets put in a weird spot situationally. And like Splash and Neo does the same thing, but they play two very distinct roles. But I was gonna say one more thing. Oh yeah, like in terms of your comp, I do think that like if you're gonna be playing a bunch of shooters like that, you probably would want to stick to something like V-Splash. But I think if you add a machine, you have a lot more chip and you have some more flexibility with like what you're trying to accomplish. Which, you know, some of it also is like stylistically, like figuring out how you want to play. And like I don't know exactly how your ballpoint plays. But a lot of ballpoints in this current meta, like they're literally just painting and farming for their special kind of thing, you know? So like you're basically stalling with like Neosplash as an example until you have an opportunity to get an inkjet out, and then you just inkjet like flying to the air and do ridiculous amounts of damage. And I think that's part of the trouble. T-Deck in the same spot as Forge and Friends? Yeah, for sure. Because yeah, something like Forge, it doesn't really have a place in the meta like as it stands, you know? If they increase the special output by like reducing the total cost of the special, then things could certainly change. But yeah, it's like if you wanted to play a shooter, like a mid-range shooter, you just play Squeezer instead. Or if you wanted something that dominates the mid-range and does a better job against like Stampers and Splatanas, you could go like Not, which like Not doesn't really do good against Stamper, but in relation to certain maps where you'd want to sit as a Not, it does a pretty decent job. But it does really good against Wiper from what I've seen. But yeah, that's why like Stampers and stuff kind of, Stamper specifically, if you have a good Stamper player, they just hold open spaces. Unless you have a ballpoint or like an E-leader or something, it just, nothing really competes. But anyways, it's definitely an interesting like question. Try to go for 9s in the gold rotation. Good luck, good luck. I don't know if that's still going on, but hopefully hopefully you're at least finding value and then enjoying yourself. Yo, Buffalo Bison, thank you for the follow, my friend. Anyways, I said I was gonna get to this. I need to be right back, and then I will actually get to this. So give me like 3-4 minutes, and then we'll start actually getting into the reviews. But I like getting people's ideas of the meta because, you know, I enjoy conversations about the meta. I hate reducing the meta to a tier list, which is generally how we discuss this stuff. And if we can find another median to be able to talk through meta conversations, and I love those conversations. But yeah, that's at least my grasp on it currently. I'm not the smartest person, but based off of everything that I've watched, that's kind of what I've seen. Anyways, I'll be right back. All right, my bad. I was looking for a snack. I got some gummies. Mm. Mm. Okay. This is currently S rank series. Playing tent. Our goal is to push a little bit in next rank. Which I think we looked at your tent gameplay before, so I definitely think that you have the mechanics to get there. Anyways, oh yeah, I gotta turn this thing on. Hey, what's up, Xray? What's up, gamer? 10 more hours, you got 500. Freelance is too boring. I feel you. Yeah, there's a lot of salmon runners that are looking for people to play with, so you might be able to find yourself something. Maybe. But yeah, I do think that the meta's at like a very interesting spot, but I don't know. You know. If we can't put it on a tier list, does it really matter? Does the conversation actually matter? Maybe. So which team are you on, the AI? Pretty sure I asked before and then I forgot. And I apologize. Let me know, I can put it in parentheses. Anyways, tent. So we looked at tent before. I still don't know tent all that well. Part of me, not on a team. Oh, okay. My bad. Part of me, I posted on Twitter and it's definitely something that I want to do, but like I want to, if good players give me replay codes, I just want to like record the VOD perspective. And part of that actually stems from some of the tent play and everything. Just haven't changed his name. I feel you. Because people are talking about like tent finding a way into the meta, and I've seen some tournament matches with it in, but I haven't seen like enough gameplay to really understand it. And tent's something that really interests me. So like, you know, if someone like me that wasn't, you know, stuck playing Splash, that wanted to like learn tent, like it stinks that there isn't somewhere for us to go and say, hey, you want to watch tent gameplay? Let's type in, you know, tent. It's like, you know, like with Smash, you can type in a character name. If you type in like Valorant, on Valorant, for example, if you type in like, I don't even know Valorant characters, but if you type in like Phoenix on Bind or something, I know that's a character in a map, then you'll get like a bunch of like videos of like top players. You know, usually people like rip their streams, but you can like find a full game of it, which is really nice. And I wish that we were able to have that in the Splatoon community. So that's kind of the vision behind all of it and like where all that stems from. Because when I watch people that play like, because we've had some gameplay from Ballpoints that are like very, very like new to the competitive side and like understanding how the game is played. And it feels really bad for me to be like, you know, you need to play faster and not really have a good visual of it because I'm not like a ballpoint player. But if I could say that and be like, oh, like here's a bunch of, you know, +1 scrims of people playing ballpoint, and you can watch the different maps and you can start like learning, you know, where people are positioning and everything. Like, I think that'd be a really good resource overall for like all the different stuff. Which like for ballpoint, there's a couple of good top JP players, but yeah. 10 Discord. Yeah, I hate, like I'm happy that 10 players have their place to have conversations and stuff. I just get really sad that most, like, when the content is gatekept behind Discords, it's really hard to be able to like get that information out there. You know, sending someone to a Discord is like, most people aren't going to do that, you know, unless it's like really worth. But if I just wanted to see some tent gameplay, I don't want to go to a tent Discord. I have nothing wrong with 10 players. I love all you 10 players, but like I don't want another Discord for that specific use unless there's like something bigger to it. I know I'm kind of a hypocrite when it comes to that with my current Discord, but I promise I have more planes in the future. I promise. Anyways. So yeah, we have a tent and our comp is super short range. Also, I need to get this set up. Give me 2 seconds. Epic pin is up, which means I should be able to click this, and then I should be able to click this, and then I should be able to pop this one over here. And then if I start drawing like magic, all of them actually. I mean, Bab is a 10 player and we love Bab, so can't be all of them unless you're self-reporting right now. Anyways, I'm like starting up drama in my own team right before a review, huh? So yeah, so our comp is very short range, which part of it's good because we have 2 shooters. We do have a lot of paint output. And we do have a weapon that can kind of take advantage of the tent because it, you know, if it can take space and move forward, then it's in a very strong position. The nice thing about this blaster also is that it has a fizzy bomb. So we do have weapons and like we have, you know, we have a lot of bombs with how we're playing this game. So there is an opportunity for us to be able to have some good pushes. And we'll talk about this map mode specifically in a second. But yeah, why I let this team continue the twit longer. For it. So yeah, we have a very low to the ground, kind of an honest in a weird way. Like I think our game plan is pretty straightforward with these weapons. We don't have too many gimmicks outside of maybe some stuff with Luna. So we really want to play to the build and the paint kind of gameplay and use specials to allow us to take space, like specials intent. To spawn a frostbite, oh no. It depends on your perception of people that play tent. Also, if you like the map Camp Triggerfish, then we probably can't allow you. That's a requirement to be on the team, is that you have to despise that map. Anyways, when we look at the other team comp, we see really frustrating weapons to have to deal with on this map. Something like Stringer outranges our entire comp, which can be a little tough. The Bucket and Blaster do a really good job of dealing with ledges. I don't know. I don't think, like from bottom mid, I don't think that the Tri-Slosh can really hit up here. Or at least it can't do it very well, if at all. But, you know, having to deal with the Tri-Slosh is going to be a pain, and Blaster is also going to be a pain. And Crab is also very good on this map because you can just crab, like, if you crab on this little thing here, you can get shots behind this wall, which allows the rest of your team to push up nice and easy. So, the biggest thing here when we come to the map mode is that this whole bridge and snipe area and whatever you want to call it, this is like super important to take control of. And when we have the opportunity to use specials and start pushing, we want to be able to do that using, you know, be able to have a good push with our weapons. Because like we can get, like, tent works up top and tent works below. I don't have expert tent gameplay. I haven't seen a lot of Yuletail tent. I think tent actually works really well on the map, but I think you can push from either or. But if we are going to take control of their bridge, we probably want some protection to be able to do it. So I think tent actually works really well to kind of guide us there. And then we use specials to force the enemy team back. But both of these comps, whatever push we have, we really want to make it count. I think this is going to be a very snowbally game in both directions, but we'll see how it goes. But we're really relying on working with the rest of our team, so We want to make sure that we're kind of playing at the same speed. Frontline Exfil about to go crazy. Yeah. That person should not be taking a fight with you, but it was good for you to continue to push it. If they're gonna disrespect the tent like that, we can't allow it. When we get that pick though, we kind of do want to find an opportunity to move forward. Which our teammates aren't really looking for stuff. Okay, now that we have 2 down, we should definitely look to take that space. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I really love the patience on mid to, like, you need to find the right opportunity to like finally go in, but you know, the positioning, the timing, the target. If you could have got the slosh, you would have been in a way better spot, but you know, you almost got both. But just getting one gives your team an opportunity to push, but your team's playing very passive so far, which makes your life really hard. And hopefully at a certain point they trust the 10. Otherwise you're gonna have a tough time. What happened to the audio? Wait, is the audio messed up? I need feedback. Hold on. Something happened to the audio. Let me. Seems good. Okay, let me just test. Where's my mic? Seems fine. Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, yeah, that sounds okay. And what's the other one? The game audio. Let's see how this one sounds. Gotcha. Yeah, game audio is a little bit slow. I mean, it's a little bit lower. So if it's too low, just let me know. I've been playing around and I think, you know, different people have a different preference when it comes to game audio. Yeah, I've never had a nice pair of Bluetooth like headphones or earbuds, but yeah, the desync is always a problem. But I'm sure AirPods are probably a lot better than what I've dealt with, because I've dealt with like watching stuff that's like a second behind. Left AirPod coming in before the right. Oh no. Yeah, I've had that happen with Bluetooth, but I'm not sure about AirPods specifically. But yeah, hopefully everything's okay. If something ever goes wrong in terms of technical stuff, definitely bring it up so we can double check it, make sure I'm not messing up on my end. Yeah, if our team is able to take control of top and we're able to push them through, I think 10 going bottom is totally fine. But otherwise, I do like us pushing top like we did for that initial score. I don't know where we want to put tents, but I mean, beacons on this map, but just I think everywhere that you put so far has been fine. Just safe spots behind walls or ledges. And if the enemy team wants to take out your tent, they have to like really commit to it. Fixed. Awesome, awesome. Good to hear. After this plays, I kind of want to go back the last like 30 seconds or so. Kind of just want to look at it through a top-down perspective. Our teammates are playing very slow, and I'm not sure why that is. We don't have to watch it in real time. I can speed it up, but yeah, that person got behind, and they're just trying to stall. That's fine. But like once we're looking to retake. Okay. So our Neo Blaster, or the Neo Luna, whatever, is trying to paint for special. That's why we're playing really slow right now. It's because the stagger was really late, and our Luna is like painting for special. I was about to say, the timings made no sense, but now they make sense. Which, these things can happen. Where is my Luna? Yeah, that's not on you. They just really want to use hammer. Again, good tent to give your teammates time and not, you know, restrict the value of the crab. Nice. Yeah, the biggest thing so far is like you need teammates to be able to push with you. They get the score, but they're not looking for control when you got an initial pick and could have played for control. I'd... Okay. Yeah, definitely try to make sure we're playing to stay alive in this scenario. But we were able to pair with our hammer, which is really good. Now I think we can definitely be aggressive on the tri-slosh. Spacing might be awkward. Ten gameplay is always so funny to watch. Oh, I think you definitely could have got a. You could have continued that push there. I think you could have got the clam in earlier. Like, I like that you're playing safe overall, but like in this kind of scenario, I think you're totally fine to like move in front of your tent just to keep the basket open, because we almost have like a relatively strong and decent push in this kind of spot, and I think it's okay to take a risk in this scenario. Because realistically, if you move in front of your tent, there's like the blaster has a suction bomb. And we don't know specifically where they're at. So like us going in front and like using this paint here to like throw the clam in and then come back to our tent. To me, that seems like a very safe risk. Or a safer type of risk that leads to a relatively giant score because the rest of your team's actually ready to push in this kind of scenario. But unfortunate you weren't able to get it. You also probably could have thrown it instead of taking that shot. But close. Again, I like that you're playing like very controlled. Overall, that's maybe a little bit greedy, but your team should be in full control of middle right now. Someone needs to help with that blaster. Oh, we're getting caught. Yeah. In this kind of scenario, I definitely think you should look to slow it down a little bit. Your teammate got picked when you were trying to make it back into the base, or make it back to mid from base, and we have to slow down. You being able to survive is like really important, and like I know this blaster is like a pain, and your Luna's in a little bit of pain, but once this person goes down, like they have complete control of like your left side, and then they're most likely gonna take control of this, and we just have to slow the game down long enough to be able to deal with it. So at the very least, like I don't think we play without 10. If we want to be a little bit more forward, I think we'd have to play like around our tent and everything. I was going to, but I didn't think there was enough payment for you to back out. Actually don't know. I think you're okay, but in a situation like this, yeah, I think you can continue to back out. We'll look at the overall paint. Yeah. There's a whole lot of paint for you to maneuver. It definitely feels weird based off of the vision that you have because they're shooting around your tent, so it doesn't look like there's as much room to maneuver, but again, part of playing this game is being able to adapt to your teammates, and your teammates are playing very slow. And I'm not particularly fond of the way that they play, which, you know, at the current rank and the mode and everything, it makes sense. But I'd probably look to play a little bit more toward top mid and like play around bridges, especially when you already have a lead. I wouldn't commit to these types of plays unless you like visually see your teammates ready to push. just because it's really hard to get value. But I definitely think you could have backed up there. There's a little bit of a risk, but I like it better than trying to stall. Cause like you almost have to like be the defensive person on your team, because I don't trust your team with actually holding. And I think the first like minute of this game made it very apparent that that we have to be the responsible one on our team. Yo, what's up, talk mode? It's hard to splash because there's good offense and defense. Yeah, splash is very balanced. I think splash is another example of like good at everything but not excellent at anything. But splash is also splash is really good at painting, and painting's really important in this game, and it outshines basically everything else when it comes to painting, outside of like splatlings in certain scenarios, but that they kind of play different roles. But yeah, it's splash decision making with splash, like using the main weapon and everything isn't hard, but actually making decisions with splash is underrated. People think that it's way too easy when it's very clearly not. The first time I've heard Pearl's vocals in Increase V, that was cursed. Oh, I'll already got a pick there. I thought I could get the splash. Yeah, that's fair, but you know, it also goes back to like, yo, talk mode, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It goes back to like what you're trying to accomplish in solo queue. You know, like if you're just working on your mechanics and looking to play, you know, just kind of push your survivability to the limits, then I think going for these plays is like fine. But this last play, yo, CGI. Is it CGI Zacho? Hopefully I got that right. If not, please correct me. But thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Yeah, if we're looking to like actually win the game, we're probably not going to get a really good push. What the heck? Apollo, thank you for the follow. Oh, you follow spree. Hopefully these aren't bots. I don't know. But either way, appreciate y'all. Our new AI overlord giving us follows. But thank you. You got it right? Awesome. And you're not a bot. Beautiful. Wait, how did... Oh, that's crazy. Anyways, thank you. Hope y'all are doing well. Welcome in. And if you do want to submit any sort of replay code, feel free to join the Discord. There's a VOD submission channel, and then you just like post the replay code with some additional information if you have it to be able to do that. Let's go on a nice spree. Real. But yeah, after like the first minute of this game, like we can't trust our teammates in order to like really do anything meaningful, you know? Like I think if we play slow enough and we hold for long enough, I do think that they're able to like slay. Like I think they can use their weapon and get picks and stuff. But when it comes to like intelligently playing around tent, it's gonna be really tough. And I think we established this like kind of early on. So if it comes to like actually wanting to win the game, I definitely would probably adapt, play a little bit more reserved and play just to stay alive. You know, your teammates seem to be a lot more focused on wanting to slow down and just paint everything and then push with specials. No streamers online at this hour, just chill and find people. Well, I appreciate you. It's very fortunate that you were able to find the stream. I respect the aggressive play, but honestly, I probably would have just thrown a tent. Like when you went to the side, like on the right side, I probably just would have thrown a tent and gone across with it and just like kind of zoned them off. I don't know if that's optimal, but we definitely need like our teammates' assistance. And when our T-Tech initially goes down, I don't think it's a good opportunity for us to push. Truthfully. Do you know where the Discord is? Wait, did you see the command? There should be a link with the command. Hopefully that link works. If you don't see the bot or whatever, I can just like post it separately. Sometimes there's weird stuff that can happen, but hopefully that works. If not, let me know. I have a code idea, mostly because of how ridiculous the match was. what was the seeking tips? Maybe at the end of the stream we can like look for it. Usually we don't dive into the silliness except for like in certain spots. Someone played a match and they had like their whole team shooting missiles at the entirety of the enemy team, and they had a whole lot of missiles, I guess 40 missiles that flew out at the same time, and that was fun to watch. So if it's a short and sweet little something, then you know, maybe toward the end we can have it as a, or maybe as a palate cleanser at some point. Because like once we go down, our line of defense goes down, the rest of our team's gonna really struggle. Because without the tent or very disciplined gameplay, these weapons in particular and the crab from the splash is gonna destroy the rest of our team. So we have to pick our battles very selectively, just based off of the teammates themselves. Partially the comp, especially with the way that they're playing. That's tough. That's a good cleanup. Like, I don't think our teammates are like bad by any means, but we really need to, we have to like kind of wrangle them in. And I always say like we have to be the adult in the room, basically. Like we have to be the one that's disciplined and the one that's not trying to go in and take fights. And, you know, force coordination by waiting for everyone else and trying to slow the game down, which is something you can often do in solo queue, but it's definitely tough. But if we're gonna get a big push here, we're gonna have to, like that initial push that we did at the beginning where we took mid and we pushed their bridge, I want us to see something similar to that. Am I associated with Obito? No. Obito's cool though. Sometimes gets a little, tries to turn competitive Splatoon into an anime arc, which hey, I'm all for. I'm here for the storylines. But yeah, I don't know. My wife ended up making these little squiddies. There was some pixel art program. She punched him in. Whatever she based the squid design off of, maybe it was the same thing, but I'm not actually familiar. But Obito's got good taste then. Reminds me of Squid Joe. Oh, maybe. I don't know what she actually was looking. I don't know what she looked for when she actually initially did it. Maybe I found it for her and I just typed in like Splatoon or something. You were able to stall as long as you could. Looks like we're not gonna be able to keep the basket open and we don't have a clam. I didn't end in time. Alright, so there's a couple of things here. They look awesome. Thank you, thank you. I'll relay that to her. So the thing with this last push, which that might have been our pity clam, which puts us in a rough spot. But we definitely like super forced. And I don't love that we super forced in this kind of scenario. Okay, our teammate did pick up the pity clam and ended up getting spotted with the pity clam. But we're close to a second clam. So we're pushing with wave break. Team's actually somewhat coordinated. We get 2 picks. All in all, this is not too bad. But we end up dying to separate things. I think someone got sniped by a try stringer, and then the other one died to the try slash. So in a situation like this, I don't think it's worth for us to go for this to go for the power claim here. This is a very unlikely scenario because these people are going to respawn before these two. Granted, y'all do have a lot of clams, but it's going to be really hard for you all to get the clams in time to actually take lead. Like, I think you have enough to take lead, but you know, you pick up the power clam, you drop your 4, things get really awkward and you're underneath their basket. So I would have liked to see y'all actually, I know it's hard because it's like a very responsible play, but I think you need to build another clam. You have 23 seconds and you have a bunch. Like, I think you just have to throw a single clam to your T-Tech. So I would look to actually build a second clam instead of going for that clam itself. The other thing, like I was mentioning, I don't think that we want to play down here. I think at a certain point, we need to look to actually push bridge with the rest of our team. Because, like, we don't need an incredible push, you know? Like, we need 40, technically 44, or like 46 clams overall. Well, if you get the power clam in, 20... I guess it'd be 27 clam. You need to score like 9 extra power clams, which you'll have the numbers to do so. But in order to have a nice consistent push on this map, we need to take control of this bridge. If we have control of this bridge, we are absolutely chilling. Because once we get the initial power clam in, we can score the mini clams. If you're really good, you can score the power clam from up here and stay on top of the bridge, but I wouldn't use it in an actual game. It's kind of annoying to do. But for the mini clams, like, you can throw them all day. You can also, like, you can swing around here and, like, still stay on high ground and score them, like, super, super easy. But when we need, like, a good amount of clams in, I would look for a more stable way and a more consistent and, like, a more powerful way, in lack of a better term, where we want to be really strong. We want to, like, show our presence on the map and, like, completely outplay our opponents. I'm okay with you initially going in for, like, pokes. Like, you going for these types of plays, like finding someone underneath like this, and then we get picks is great. So at this point, at least for me, I would probably go back through mid and actually take this bridge, because we have the time to do it. Playing underneath a ledge, and, like, we see the last 2 people on the map, and we know one of them is a Tri-Slosh, and our team is going to want to push where the tent is. That's the gift and the curse of being a tent player, is that if you pop the tent in a very what word am I looking for? If you pop the tent in a place that people want to go, then people will actually play around the tent, which gives you some responsibility of how you're looking to approach. Granted, your Luna just kind of ran in and fed, but because y'all are up 4v2, it's okay for them. I mean, it's not good for them to feed, but you can still win the game and still salvage the game if you do that. But you want to be very careful about where you're using this, because you still, like, you have plenty of time and you have 2 specials. And you're totally good to, like, you know, vacuum isn't the greatest thing ever, but if you push through this bridge and get a tent across there, once the tent starts moving forward, you can pop your vacuum and give your teammates an easier time to move forward. And we just needed a little bit more restraint from your end to be able to kind of salvage the rest of this game. I think you played this game really, really well, but it's, like I said, it's kind of like wrangling in your teammates. And there's ways that you people do it intentionally or unintentionally. It just kind of depends on the teammates in the scenario. And it's important to, like, keep these things in mind. And as someone that doesn't play tent myself, but occasionally has a tent on my team, I definitely want to look to use the tent when it comes to, like, pushes and everything. So, like, if tent is going down here, I probably would prefer to play around tent. Like, bottom mid isn't great, but if we go up top, you have to think about our teammates. They have to deal with a Tri-Stringer and, like, potentially a Fizzy Bomb from the Tri-Slosh without any cover as a short-range shooter or a short-range blaster, and they're just really going to struggle. And this is where we can dictate the pace of this game, and we can dictate what our teammates do in this very final push. Can't do it for all of them, but we can do it for the majority of them. Some people are just going to run in and feed, but, you know, as 3 of us, we can definitely have a more responsible push here. And it's really unfortunate you don't get the Tri-Slosh here. If you do get the pick on the Tri-Slosh, then yeah, you can go underneath. I'd probably still look to, like, like if you get the pick on the Tri-Slash, I'd probably still pad this way and then come back up to bridge. But bottom is way more appetizing if Tri-Slash gets splatted. And you know, to a certain degree, your teammate did try to score like with the tent and like moving with the tent. You saw your T-Tech also did the same thing. Like your teammates are able to like follow wherever it is that you're trying to throw the tent, but you have to understand that like you throwing tent can potentially have some consequences, and the replay broke. But that's kind of what ended up happening here. I like that you stalled. I like that you stalled and you also stalled in the corner that's like far away from where people should be moving forward to score. But 4 clams is tough when the rest of the team has gone down. And that's what ends up setting this up. And yeah, y'all don't have a power clam at this point, so it's definitely over. But if we go back, I think, was it the first push they all got the opening score? I don't remember. But like you see here, like you fight on bottom at the beginning of the game, you get an initial pick to give your teammates an advantage, and then you'll end up getting to, oh, you don't get to. Sad. But you do end up looking to push mid. At least I think it was this push. Might end up getting a separate pick. Okay. So yeah, again, you're able to get 2. And then you decide to push mid, which I think is like the right play, especially with your comp playing against the enemy team comp. It's like the same scenario. They'll basically have a 4v2. They have Tri-Stringer and Tri-Slosh left, and like they're both on high ground. Again, you have to play very patient to make this work, and I think you played this wonderfully. This is super sick. But like you see what happens, you put that in the way. If these people try to keep fighting, which unfortunately you didn't get the pick straight up, that's just, you know, tint sadness. But you get that space, and if they want to continue to contest this bridge, they have to sit in like little bits of paint. But realistically, they probably should have dropped out altogether, but they were very fortunate to be able to actually like get value out of that play. But like that's the setup that you want for like the push. Like your teammate should have been pushing with you, but that's like a good way to find an opening. Is to hold that top control. And if you had more like mid-range weapons, or if you had like a leader or something, or a, you know, heavy splatlings or a ballpoint or something that can better contest up top, then I think you being scrappier toward the bottom is totally okay. But if you're playing scrappy, the rest of your team kind of has to play scrappy as well. And playing scrappy against a Tri-Slosh is going to put you into a lot of trouble, or playing scrappy against the blaster is going to be really tough without a very coordinated push. So that's kind of the biggest thing that I see here. But I think otherwise you played this really well. I think your tent gameplay is always super solid, and like you choose good times to go. Like you, in a vacuum, you playing as a 10 player, I think you choose very good. You make good decisions on like where you're popping your 10 out and how you play around it. But sometimes we have to look at the bigger picture, and we have to understand our consequences, good or bad. We have to understand our consequences in the overall course of this game. So the first thing that I want to mention is I think the biggest thing here, truthfully, is looking to like all right. We want to be able to gauge our teammates. Part of this is understanding the comp. in the differences between our comp and the enemy comp. And part of it is the style of the players themselves. So part of it is like the way that the match would play out in theory on the comp side, and then part of it is like what are our teammates actually doing. And I wouldn't normally, for like someone that's I don't remember if you've hit X rank before, but like your 10 is very, very, very good. So, you know, I think you're at a point where I think this is valid, because like if you're super you know, if like if you're brand new to the game and you're like C rank or something, I wouldn't necessarily, like I wouldn't give this kind of advice. Because you really don't have to, as long as you play solid, you don't really have to worry about this until like you get real, like way higher, like where I'm at and even higher than that. But I think the biggest thing in this kind of scenario is like, as a tent, you are somewhat reliant on your teammates and what they do. And you're also, you know, especially in a comp like this where we're like all short range, it's necessary for us to play together. And like everyone's kind of waiting for someone else to find an in. And we can kind of paint up a little bit to maybe have Luna get in range to do something, or maybe the T-Tech gets in range to do something. And we can use specials to take space, but a lot of people are going to look at the tent and use their decision making and the way that they pop tent to game plan. And in certain cases, people can play opposite of the tent if you stall for a long time. Like I think we were watching your gameplay on the Wahoo, and we had looked at like that Wahoo game plan. And I think in that scenario, you had like a brush. I forgot the entire team comp and everything, but you had like a brush and stuff, and you actually could feasibly work. Like your teammates could work opposite of what you're doing. And part of that is also because Wahoo's a way bigger, what's it called? A way bigger like map, and there's more space to do stuff. But for something like this, you have to be a little bit more deliberate with what you're doing, because your decisions have consequences of like what the rest of your team is trying to do effectively. That's kind of the best way that I can put it. So hopefully that like kind of makes some sense. Because most weapons, I wouldn't really focus on this, because I don't think where you're at now, where you want to go, you don't necessarily have to do that. But we do have to be willing to adapt a little bit more. And I think we were pretty set on a game plan of going that more kind of bottom route. Like I feel like we adapted a little bit at the beginning for this, but that was because we ended up in a situation here when it was a 4v2 instead of ending up in a situation here where it was a 4v2. And even if we end up here, we should still have enough awareness playing against the Tri-Slosh that's sitting right here to not go underneath them, and instead take this more disciplined route to start moving forward. So be able to help think about, again, when you think about your comp, if your team has like range, if you have a mid-range person to take fights, like if you have a Squeezer, Squiffer, Nautilus, Ballpoint, something that can actually sit up here and take this space and start looking for potential picks, then I think you're totally fine as a tent player to like move in underneath, because they can kind of work with you. And like the little chip that you're able to provide underneath here, they can actually work off of this when you're like hitting people like this, but you can't quite get the splat. But when the rest of your team is like all short range, they're using like our way in is with this tent. Hopefully the tent in a combination with another special. But that's kind of the way that we see it overall. Because the other part of all of this is the discipline. I swear discipline looks so weird. I don't think I spelled it right. Did we? Wait, we did. It looks so weird when you like actually write it out. I don't know why. So this is like understand your role. And in this game, like part of it is like what you need to do as a tent, but part of your role is also understanding what is required of you as a player in the match. And the rest of your team is being pretty fast and loose, or they're playing super scared. So like when your team is all alive, and you know, if you're sitting in mid and someone else is over here, and then you have someone scared to move forward, and maybe someone else behind because they're like scared to move forward, and you're playing the short range of a comp, then yes, we'll want to be more aggressive and look for opportunities. But in certain cases, when like two of our teammates go down and it's like a 2v4 or something, like we need to be like the adult in the room. So like we want to be responsible when we need to be. And how do we know we need to be responsible? Going back to gauging our team. If there's something in our comp or something in the way that we're playing our comp that is causing us to need to play super disciplined because we're not going to really have a good opportunity otherwise, then we need to be a lot more responsible, and we can't just kind of take fights when we're at a slight disadvantage where our tent can technically carry us, but realistically we should be playing a little bit safer because we need the rest of our team to be able to make proper pushes. So that's kind of the biggest thing here. And I think when we went through the Wahoo gameplay, when we were going through it at the end, I think one of the things I had mentioned is to be careful about taking the solo fights. And I think you did better, but I think there were still some opportunities where the enemy team got a counterattack because you went for a solo fight and it just didn't work out. When the rest of your team is with you, and you know you're pushing with the wave break, or you're pushing with bombs, or you know there's just more presence, then like taking like the solo fights or going for more solo chip in those scenarios is totally fine. But in situations where you're at a teammate disadvantage and like that scenario is basically lost, and you need to just stay alive and stall the game for the rest of your team to move in, we have to avoid taking solo fights then. Avoid solo fights at disadvantage. If it's 4v4 and your teammates are looking for a push, I'm totally fine with you taking those types of fights. But like, you know, y'all were getting small chunks of scoring, and then the enemy team got a huge chunk of scoring because we weren't being responsible. And it's frustrating to be in that role. It really is frustrating to be in that role. I feel it a lot of times as a splash player, where it's like, I want to go have fun and I want to just like hold forward and do silly stuff. But if we're looking to like improve and win and sweat and try to continue to be better, we have to find the balance and understand when it's okay and when it's not. And when we look at the actual players on our team and the way that they play, or we look at our comp and see like we have a big advantage with the comp, which in this case, we have some advantages, but I think we have some very clear disadvantages where us taking solo fights can put the game, the overall state of the game in jeopardy. And we want to do everything in our power to potentially avoid that. So that's kind of the biggest thing. But again, like your tent play is really, really good. Like I think the way that you mechanically play tent is super solid. But when it comes to a lot of the risk that you take and some of the decisions that you take, I wouldn't even say that they're risky. I would say in certain cases, they're quite reckless. And when you're playing reckless with teammates that aren't going to be able to potentially carry you in the game, that's where we're going to potentially see some issues. You know, I didn't necessarily see anyone on your team be like, oh yeah, they can carry. Like if I end up trading in a certain spot, like, oh yeah, they'll definitely be able to make it work. So that'd just be the one thing that as you continue to improve, that's a thing that you can help, you know, they'll find opportunities to like, you know, look for those tent kind of clips and everything. Cause I don't want you to be like super passive. Cause I think you went like when your team had an advantage and you went for the beginning of the game, you went their bridge. Like you played very aggressive. You're on the front line. You like slowed it down a little bit to find an opportunity where they weren't looking for you and you got a free pick off of it. And like, those are very aggressive plays that I like to see because like your teammates can actually capitalize if you're able to like get the pick. Should be able to help you, but you may or may not get that in solo queue. So like definitely don't stop the aggression altogether because I think your aggression is part of what makes tent work for you. But understand when it's time to be aggressive and look for playmaking opportunities and when it's time for you to slow down because you need to be you know, you have to stall so that your teammates are able to jump in and get back to like painting or get back into the action without having a bunch of bombs thrown your way and a bunch of other scenarios happening. So that's the biggest thing. And also when it comes to positioning on the map, you know, like if you see like if something does really good around ledges, you probably don't want to push like underneath them or like push them in a scenario that will give them a clear advantage. And like playing underneath a ledge and giving the high ground to a tri-slosh is going to be you know, you're already at low odds of winning that fight altogether. So that's the biggest thing. But again, it's always a pleasure to see your tent. There isn't a ton of 10 gameplay out there, and like mechanically, I think your 10 is like actually like really solid, like really, really solid. So just work a little bit on the decision making and you'll be killing it. And thank you for the submission. Yo, Riku. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Are you... I don't know too many Rikus. Played you a few times in solo queue? Yeah, I think so. Are you the one that, I'm blanking on everyone's name. Do you sometimes play tournaments with like Kaisa in them? If I'm not mistaken. Unless I'm thinking of a totally different name. I think there's a Riku that they play with quite a bit. Maybe I'm wrong. But either way, welcome in. Glad you're doing well. Keep that in mind, yeah. It really is just trying to... Oh, you're good, you're good. Ricky? Oh, maybe. Honestly, I don't remember. But welcome in, welcome in. I feel like I know you from somewhere. But yeah, maybe it's just solo queue. Yeah, your 10 gameplay is very, very, very clean. It's just leveraging your mechanical skills in ways that either your teammates can get value out of, or you are taking like very advantageous fights. So you're not stuck in these situations where it's you against the world, you know? Or you're having to take on like 3 people at once and you're still able to survive somehow and like make it work. That's kind of like the biggest thing. All right, I believe this, yeah, this was from Brick. And I believe that they were a co-op dog. I don't know if I pronounced that. A coop dog? Please correct me, but thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. But I believe this was a scrim, if I'm not mistaken. Splash Gamey. What's up, Brick? Hey, Brick, how's your Loink today? How did things go? Are you playing in day 2? Are you excited for it? How was everything? Second time you said it? A coop dog? Hopefully that was good. But thank you for your patience. What'd you miss? We missed some dope tent gameplay. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out the setup for all this. Need to update this. T-Tag versus Splash. Real. I believe this is V-Splash, so we'll just say Splash. It's kind of a sitcom. And then our max is 23 20. Around div 6. Scrim div 6. Something like that. I don't know. I feel like I don't have a common structure when I start typing these things out. Let me send the replay code in chat. Ideally, you're able to join the Discord. There is a channel in there that's for VOD submissions, and that's how I keep track of all of them. So if you would be kind enough to be able to go in there, there's a template in the rules that you can copy and paste and just kind of fill out with your replay code and like just some information, like if you have any additional questions or anything else. That's the best way for me to take care of everything. But again, if you don't have a Discord, I'm working on the questionnaire. Actually, I think it's kind of ready. Some of the formats messed up. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about this now. I'll have this ready for next time. But ideally, we can do it all through the Discord. That makes the most sense for me. If that works. I know Discord can be really annoying for some people to navigate, and I totally understand. But it's the most sustainable for me. All right. So yeah, partially I was wondering about your low ink experience today, and part of it was context for this specific game. Is this your team? Is this the Tactifuelers? College stuff, I feel ya. Although it's been a minute since I was in college. But with teammates that are currently in college, it's can be a whole thing. So 1 sub, gotcha. So was this the same people that were playing for low ink today? Got D2, but probably won't play it. Oh. Do y'all not have enough people to play day 2, or is it like a not necessarily happy with the results, I guess, for lack of a better term? I still got to go through and look at how the games went. With so many teams, it's so hard. I was trying to look through the bracket. There's like 4 giant groups for low ink. There's so much going on. Kind of low on time. You can watch the VOD. So I would say send the code whenever. Honestly, we're probably not going to be able to get to it today. We'll probably be able to do like 3 or 4 more, and then that'll probably be it. Unless there's another zone rotation after everything, then maybe I'll play for a zone rotation. But that's probably going to be enough VOD reviewing for me. But that's like the order that I go through things when it like the next time. So if you want to like save your spot effectively, And if there's a certain day that you want to be here, because sometimes it's nice for people to be here so I can like ask questions and stuff. It's like I'm happy to like, I feel bad to try to push someone ahead unless it's people that have gotten a couple of reviews versus like someone that hasn't gotten a review yet. But yeah. Gotcha. Not too happy, I gotcha. So anyways, hopefully it was a fun experience for you, even if the results aren't what you were looking for. The practice, the experience, the blood rushing through your veins as you're in some intense long days, especially. I played it in a couple of low inks, and those things are long days, especially multiple days in a row, especially with the current format. So I feel you, but it's a good experience overall. Anyways, or hopefully it is. So when we look at the comps, we're looking at us. Actually, let me double check. Yeah. So we're on Splash here. Our comp, Ballpoint Machine and a Junior, Custom Junior. I really like the Ballpoint and Machine. C Junior is okay. I think it's totally reasonable. Actually, I think for this map mode, I think it actually could potentially work to your advantage. But yeah, there's a lot of good spots for you to be able to crab, but you kind of need the rest of your team to be able to help break in. So you can take a bunch of space as like a splash with being able to crab. Another thing that I've noticed on with myself as a splash player on this map mode is that I don't paint nearly enough, and I don't focus paint in the important spots. And like keeping this area your color is like really important. I find myself, for whatever reason, I don't know, with like the way the stacks are, and I'm scared to like play around stacks, but I'll end up getting a lot of paint on the sides, but I won't get as much paint in mid. And mid is what allows you to like rotate around the map and everything. So that was one thing that I noticed whenever I'm like the painter on the team, is that oftentimes I'm not keeping as much priority on mid paint as I should be. So that's one thing I'd look at. Your team can paint quite a bit, and like this C Junior might actually be more, like both of y'all should be worried about paint. Honestly, all of y'all can do a decent job of painting, but you might have to look to be a little bit more aggressive in certain spots. But in terms of crabbing, on defense, you may have to crab here, you may have to crab here, you may have to crab here. You know, you might be able to crab here or up here. It really just depends, you know, like the common theme is like high ground. And it depends on like where they're pushing. If they're pushing here versus if they're staying on top of here versus, you know, them pushing through this ramp, like that can change the way versus them already being on your, like, you know, you may have to crab here or like maybe even further back if the enemy team has already taken control of your plot. And then on offense, like you can crab from either stack, honestly. Basically, you want to get control of like this part with that crab, but your teammates need to kind of funnel in and move. And if your teammates are able to take this rail, or if they're able to find an opportunity to like cross toward their bats, then you can look to crab like here or like here and like look for opportunities over the top. So crabs are very dynamic on this map, but you know, most high ground there's a good opportunity for you to get value. But if you're not able to take the enemy bats, it can be hard to actually get a long sustained push. Like you can create space as a you can create space as a crab and as a splash player, but I'd like to see a lot of, you know, whether it be fizzy bombs or our ability to deal with ledges, or us taking high ground with the inkjet, and really look for picks from these two kind of slayers, or at least, you know, opportunities where they can slay. And I think we want to play generally pretty solid and be able to create space and opportunities with our crab. When we look at the enemy team, they do not have a lot of range. The only thing we really have to worry about is Zuka, and then over ledges, the sloshing machine can potentially be an issue. If we lose control of the map altogether, then Brush becomes a really big problem. Brush can be annoying if they zipcaster, but if the enemy team has overall paint control, a sharking Octo Brush is like a nightmare in a lot of spots. We also have a lot of paint, and you have stuff like Torpedo to be able to kind of sniff that type of shark and that type of very sneaky play. You'll have tools to be able to deal with it. So I really like your comp. I definitely think you'll have a potential advantage. Yo, have a good night, Riku. Thank you for dropping by. Hope to see you soon. But have a good night. Yo, welcome in, welcome in. How did your low ink experience go today? Hopefully everything went well. Hopefully the double ballpoints went crazy. You missed 10 gameplay? Yeah. Yeah, AI's 10's actually really good. So that's the biggest thing is as a team, we really want to look for picks from your opportunities from your machine or just inkjet, and look to create space with our crabs. And you know, don't panic if we start losing paint control and map control, because the things can snowball out of hand if we try to force things too fast. So we're painting for early crab, which is quite disciplined. I'm here for it. Nice. I like that you're able to end up, well, at the beginning play out. But I like that you're able to eventually find an opportunity to move forward. So overall, I think this opening is like very solid. Very solid opening. Didn't qualify. Progress we met was amazing. Nice. Oh, coach, wait a minute. That's good to hear. Progress is the name of the game. That's what tournaments and experience and practicing and looking over reviews and everything, that's what it's all about at the end of the day. But you know, I would love to see you all kind of continue to improve, continue to grow. I'm assuming your team is a little bit longer term, you know. Sometimes people will get together for like a tournament and like piece something together, but if y'all are looking for the longer term growth, I'm definitely more than happy to give y'all feedback as you continue along. Again, I think mechanically y'all play very solid. Especially like using your inkjets. Super good. It's just kind of putting all the pieces together that can be difficult. So going for the aggressive play here, I don't hate it, but I don't think we necessarily, I don't think we have to be the weapon to do this. And when we look at the map overall, especially if we have teammates that are going for a play, like if we're looking to be very aggressive on this right side already, I don't know if we want to drop by ourselves and be aggressive on left side. Or like we're trying to be aggressive on two sides of the map. And it leaves y'all in a very awkward spot, and it leaves you specifically in an awkward spot. Because you initially get tagged by the machine, and like when you immediately drop, there's a good chance a better machine might have just like splatted you here. They would have hit the shot here, and then you're done. So I would be careful. Like I'd rather you just paint for your crab and just hold control while the rest of your team's like trying to be aggressive and push for the right stack. But when you're on left stack like this, and especially if you're playing against a machine, I would try my best to do more like just general movement. Because we kind of just like sat in spots and like slowly climbed up. And if the machine decided to play a little bit more aggressive, so like after that shot, if they just continued to keep getting shots over where you were, like you don't have a ton of paint. There aren't a lot of places where you actually could have gone realistically, especially at the beginning of the match. So if the machine was a little bit more disciplined and just kept shooting, like, you know, over the stack in different places, you're probably in a really bad spot. But we got a little bit fortunate that they decided to like move forward. Like, there's no reason for them to like play in shorter range here. They played into your condition, which again, I like your you saw that they were trying to play this, and then you're like, oh, I can take a short range fight. I can just drop on them. So I like your awareness and your ability to find this heads up play, but dropping on this left stack, especially as you play against better players, which all, you know, are continually improving, you're probably going to get splatted at the beginning in a lot of cases, and then your ballpoint has to deal with two people pushing your ramp at the beginning, which they might be able to deal with it, but if they get caught off guard, like the entire opening gets squashed because you go down very fast. But you find yourself in the situation, and again, like if they keep shooting, you're in a tough spot. But I like your movement to get into short range. When you've identified that they're not playing like the most disciplined and necessary, because in most cases as a splash, you probably, especially over stacks, you probably should lose that pretty consistently. But you know, at the end of the day, you have to play against the player, and I think especially with the way that they played, I think you played it wonderfully. And then this crab, maybe a little bit preemptive, but I'm totally fine with you. Like, you know, you had a target in mind, you're working with your team. I'm totally fine with this. The big slip up here is that once your team gets that opening, I really dislike, I'm totally fine with you popping the crab. I love that you got a pick and that you worked with your team. Once your teammate gets a score, I really dislike, and part of the reason why your push gets stuffed without getting a ton of points is because your entire team is like funneling through this way. Like your junior, I think, ends up rotating to the left side. Yeah, they're playing it really slowly. But when you were already on the left side, I would have preferred you take the left. And there's a couple of different things that you can do in this scenario. So in this kind of spot, immediately after the crab, you can either take rail and get into their bats, because the enemy team's coming out of spawn, and we see the first kind of splash and everything, like they're crabbing like up here. So that leaves an opportunity for you to like take their bats. And I would have liked to see you do that versus like playing underneath the crab and playing underneath. Because where they spawn, they can deal with the left side a lot quicker than having to go around and like deal with the bats. So I'd rather you take this position up here, because I think this is basically free. You might have to deal with like a machine or something that outranges you, and then you can't really take the fight straight up. But that's totally okay. If the machine, you know, goes out of their way to like take a fight with you over here, then that alleviates some pressure from the rest of your team here. But the fact that y'all are all effectively pushing in the same direction makes things really easy for the enemy team, especially when they have something like a machine that can do a lot of AoE. The other thing that you can do, if you don't want to take the rail and you want to be a little bit more direct, I'd rather you sit on this little high ground here where they're like this wall, and just get a bunch of paint. Because again, I was practicing paint on this map as well, and you can sit over here and like you can get a surprising amount of paint. Like you can cover all of this in your team's paint, and that gives your teammates more options to be able, like, they have an easier time maneuvering. You can keep the enemy team honest, but for this push, you still have like a machine, and you have a lot of tools between the torpedo of the junior, and potential fizzy bomb and potential inkjet. Which I guess they just use inkjet. But you'll have resources to be able to actually like take control of this scenario. So I'd like to see you slow down a little bit versus what you end up doing, which is like, oh, basket's open and I need to score clams immediately. Because you don't have a ton of clams, so you shouldn't expect a big push. But you got a bunch of picks and the enemy team's coming off the spawn, which means you all should be able to establish a lot of control. And even if you don't get a ton of picks, you at least can stall the enemy team, which is why I like being in bats. Because you have enough mobility and you have enough paint to be able to, like, you know, drop out if you need to. And if like you're sitting up here, you can drop out if you need to. But you focus the enemy team to have to look at you, and you stall them in this area, which allows for, you know, your machine and inkjets and torpedoes and everything to like potentially punish them. And it also opens up this entire plot a lot more. So anytime where we can alleviate pressure altogether and find this type of play, we can totally do so. It's not really something that Junior, like C Junior, really wants to do. Like C Junior can probably provide more like very consistent paint, like directly into your teammates' feet. But I think you can do a little bit more of a sleigh roll as a V splash in this kind of scenario. And I think we overall just played too desperate, where it's like, oh, like every clam matters, which at this point, you know, like less than a minute into the game, like every clam does not matter, especially when we only had like 3 to work with. If we get picks, this could potentially be a bigger push, but I just think this felt a little bit rushed. Good trade. And then good jump from your teammate. Yeah, we're going to give up a little bit of space when they crab like this. I don't like us playing as desperate as we are. The other thing I would say is like when we're initially respawning, it's like when we're jumping in like this, we should be able to see on our minimap like what the overall paint situation is. And like you'll still have a ton of base paint that you can potentially work with. And the thing about this map's geometry is that once you drop into this pit, you're kind of stuck. You do have this little sponge and you can go out this way. But I don't like sitting here without a special and without like a plan. I'd rather you play a little bit farther back, especially once they start popping something like a crab. Like I don't want us to be taking fights around these areas, because something like a machine, something like an Octobrush, and like their specials, they can actually get a lot of value out of it. And I'd rather us take it a little bit slower in this type of scenario. You can play on bats, you can play up here, you can play up here. All of this is totally fine. You can sit on plot, but I wouldn't play around this ledge. Like you have to give up a certain amount of space and just really focus on painting until your team has an opportunity to go in. Which your ballpoint is close to an inkjet, so hopefully they communicate something like that, so that you know that, you know, when they pop crab in this type of scenario, it's like your team's moving in, they pop crab, no one's in like immediate danger. This is a scenario where I would be calming. You know, hopefully as a team you talked about specials, but you know, you have a wave breaker up, you're close to your inkjet. I would just say stall and paint until crab's over, and then, you know, like let's look to crab or wave break after crab's over. And we, you know, they're gonna take space. This crab allows them to take a bunch of space. They're gonna basically have most of mid control for free, and that's okay. You need to be okay with that, because you can give up the space and you already have the resources with your specials to take it right back afterwards, and then you can be on the offensive. But we don't want to fight them like while they're using their specials, basically. Oops. Because that puts us in this spot where like people are like, they were fighting in the enemy team chip. And like a lot of these weapons have a lot of like chip. And like we do get an inkjet out, but we shouldn't get a lot of value out of it. And when we go back to the very top of this conversation about comps, the enemy team has a lot of short range, but are able to paint quite a bit. Both teams paint pretty well, but you know, they can like move forward as a unit and just continue to be aggressive. And it can potentially get overwhelming for your team and your comp. So anytime you can like really stabilize, you want to stabilize. And you had the specials to stabilize, you just had to stay alive long enough for their crap to end. And then we can start using our specials, and then it's our turn to be on the aggression. And it's our turn to fight for mid. situations. I like your awareness, like you find the right opportunities to poke at the enemy team. I think you get yourself into some weird spots that are like quite disadvantageous, but when you're actually in those bad spots, I think you make the most out of them, and your timing of when you actually poke forward is really, really nice. But again, we're like fighting while the enemy team is using specials, and we're giving them a ton of unnecessary value. And again, we have to understand our role in this comp. Like, we can look to use crabs, but if we're actually looking for picks and everything, we don't want to go on solo missions ourselves to do that. The junior in us, we keep solid paint, and we play off of crab, we play off booyah, we play off of inkjet. And in the meantime, we don't have to like look for aggressive plays. We have to be confident that we can hold up on paint. Because if the enemy team tries to keep holding forward without a special advantage and keep trying to hold forward to paint, like that's where ballpoint gets a ton of value. And that's where y'all can potentially look to be aggressive, but we don't want to just, we don't want that to be our immediate reaction. This was that first play. My bad, I went too far back, apologies. Like, I like us painting in this type of spot. But like, I just want to show like our paint situation here. So we're already a person down, and we don't have our long range option. So the enemy team's going to have basically a free time to just move forward, especially if they know and can identify where your machine is. Because you two, the painters, are going to have a really tough time like being able to defend in the spot. And so when you're going for this aggressive play, instead of keeping this painted, and keeping an eye on these potential flanks, it opens up the map for the enemy team. And when they have an advantage, you don't want to open up the map for them. We don't want to sit back and do nothing and just kind of let them push at us, but we need to be more proactive with our painting. Because we're about halfway to our crab right now. So we get this paint and we get this paint. Hopefully we can stall long enough for our ballpoint to get back in, and then we can look for a crab opportunity. We can take the sponge and get up here for a crab. Or, you know, if we're able to push them off for long enough, we can potentially crab up here, but this is very risky and we probably don't get that kind of leverage in this scenario. But we'll want to take high ground in our bat somewhere and look for a crab in those kinds of spots, realistically. But we need to like slow it down and stall a little bit. Because like not painting in this scenario and going for these risky plays is very, very scary. Like, again, a better machine probably splats us in this kind of scenario. Like, I like that we're continually moving, but, you know, if these two weapons are a little bit more linked, we're probably getting splatted, and then we don't have a crab for defense, and we don't have a painter. The enemy team got picks without using their specials, and then they're able to push in. They can, you know, deal with your ballpoint, or at least slow them down with Zipcaster, while the rest of the team pushes in with Booyah Bomb, and then they have a potentially big push on their hands. They don't have a ton of claims now, but they have enough to be able to like start sustaining, and they have enough specials to be able to like move forward. And that's the biggest thing, especially as a painter. If you go for aggressive plays, you have to understand the consequences. And you don't want to be too respectful, and you don't want to play too slow, because you can definitely put yourself in tough spots. But yeah, one of the things you mentioned is that you wanted to know what type of fights you want to take, and are your crabs getting enough value? And this is definitely a scenario. Yeah, what's up, Ace of Clubs? Hello. But these types of fights here, when you're already like, you've been called out from the machine and you're like somewhat low, we don't want to be taking these kinds of situations. We want to slow down the map a little bit and be able to stall and stabilize with our crab. Because we're able, like, again, we play this mechanically good enough, and we look to kind of stab forward at a very good timing, which I think you're good at. But we don't, like, if we're in a position where we have momentum and we can move forward, then like these plays are sick. But when we're kind of on defense and we need to find some stability and like keep paint parity, in this type of situation, we don't want to look for these plays because the risk is like not worth. It's like, this pick is great, but especially in this spot, we do not want to like this crab's almost done. We don't need to go for this like hero play. Like in the spot where we basically get right stack, which there still is a machine somewhere, but we effectively get like right stack for basically free, and we're close to our special. Like, you know, we can crab from up on top of right stack, or we could also crab from our plot, because we know the enemy team's trying to push forward after they've used all their specials. And so like we're just looking for like these very sneaky plays. And when we're playing in a competitive environment, like you're gonna be called out. And especially with especially when you're playing in an environment where communication is going to be happening, like you get to pick on the Octobrush. The Octobrush is on their screen. They see you like trying to flank around, and they're going to be calling you out. You know, even if you feel like maybe I'm in a sneaky spot and I can make an aggressive play, the reality of the situation is that the Octobrush is letting them know, oh, like flanking behind us, like, you know, like flanking from left, and they're screaming, and you don't have a lot of paint to maneuver, so you have to like move forward and paint yourself. Like you're just trying to do too much here. And because you try to do too much, you leave your teammates to potentially be in a really bad spot. Which the initial pick that you had stalled for long enough for your teammates to get back in. And I don't think the enemy team leveraged their specials ideally, but yeah, that was a potentially dangerous situation that you did a decent job of, like at least getting a pick, but that could have been way worse. If you initially got splatted by the machine when you were climbing this right stack over here, and the machine hit you once, if it hit you again, like this whole thing plays out differently because your team doesn't have enough time to set up. And then as you play against better players, like that type of situations, probably like if they hit one shot on you, they're probably gonna hit multiple. But again, let's try to get back to mid. Start getting specials out. Looks like we should be in a decent spot. I love that your I think it was your junior ended up taking a spot in their bats, and then is playing on Clam now. That's super, super awesome. We're able to get quite a few amount of claims. Yeah, your junior's playing super respectful, giving you a jump and then immediately taking bats again. I think your junior's positioning like kind of helped squeeze as much value that you got out of your push. So one thing that I would mention with this type of this whole push, the first thing is that everyone uses their specials at the same time. You crab, and then your teammate immediately uses Booyah after, and then your Inkjet immediately pops after. Which means that this leads me to believe that there was like not proper communication, which again, this happens to us and stuff. Which usually it's because there's a breakdown in communication. We don't understand how we're going to actually like, you know, we have an advantage. How are we taking control of their base basically so we can have a strong push? And it's like all of these options are totally fine, but using them all at the same time, like only your junior can push with your crab. Only your junior can push with the Booyah Bomb. And only your junior can push with this like you can get a little bit of passive chip, but we're using everything at the same time is definitely a big issue. And this push, because you used all your specials in this case, you did get some picks, which is nice. But this push shouldn't have been as... Y'all shouldn't have gotten as many points as you did, because y'all weren't able to get a ton of value out of your specials because you used them all at the same time. And the synergy that you get as a team when you pop 1 or 2 specials together is a lot different than popping all 4 of them, because you can use 1 or 2 to break in, and then, you know, when the enemy team's coming in, you can not like between these 3 specials, any 2 of the 3. So let's say we use like Booyah and Crab to initially get in. It's like, oh, we have control. Like that should give us enough. Like we got an initial pick with the Crab, so that Crab should, like 2 specials should give us enough space to be able to start pushing onto their plot. and like take some of these types of positions that we're taking. And then, you know, once we get like the score in and then the rest of their team starts spawning in, then we can look to use our inkjet to like pressure these people that are like dropping in these types of spots or like trying to hold these types of spots. And then we can like, that's how we continue the push, is by staggering our specials. And like, we didn't need 4 specials to break in. Fortunately, we were able to get enough picks and sustain long enough to make it work, but using all of our specials at once is putting us in a tough spot overall. But I do really like that your junior immediately takes bats and like looks to take control. They stall potential people in their base. They're able to help get picks. Like, this is overall a very good spot. This brush is broken on the replay. I don't know why replay breaks, but it consistently does it. And then you're stuck in a spot where you're opening the basket by like having to feed, versus being able to open the basket with specials out and control of like the entire map. Which again, the fact that you're able to get points after all that is impressive. Like really heads up play from your junior with all of this, to be able to like give you a jump and then immediately go back to taking bats and squeezing out more points. But if the enemy team was a little bit more attentive, they probably would have like seen this, and you know, they would start, when you're jumping in and like your 2 other teammates are down, like they're probably taking control of mid and they're looking to special, and like, you know, now y'all are like immediately on the defense and having to deal with a counterattack. Just because like we ended up wiping after trying to score, and we have to completely rebuild from scratch. But again, your junior is able to stall for long enough to where that isn't quite the case. And you're in an interesting position. I'm down for this. The enemy team has a ton of clams and have a potential opportunity for them to like start scoring on you all. So I'm cool with you, especially when you're already in a good spot, to play it really slow and sacrifice paint to find one of these types of picks, because it slows down and stalls the momentum completely. Again, in this situation, nice shot. Yeah. So in this spot, we don't want to like, we got our first pick. Like, we get this pick, and like this shark that we feel like we have, this splash should be calling out your position. Until they respawn, they know that you're sharking in this type of spot, and you're having to deal with a 2v1. Like, if you want to poke out on this person eventually, then like you can do it now. But otherwise, I'd probably get back to like painting and stuff, because like there's 3 people moving in your direction, and this splash should still know your exact position. So like, realistically, they should know that you're here and that you should probably get splatted in this type of scenario. Again, mechanically, you're popping. You make the most out of situations that are disadvantageous, but our goal to improve is to not put ourselves in these disadvantageous spots in the first place. And again, I think this crab like helps get a pick, but I don't love that we're using all of our specials at once, because I want to look at that last push from the enemy perspective, because I think they like, to a certain degree, I think they try to like fight you all. A, you got the initial pick before you started using specials, but B, I think they like kind of tried to fight you in your team specials, which they shouldn't be trying to do. But, you know, in this spot, I love the heads up play to get that initial pick, but then you need to like slow down after. You can't still play sneaky after you've gotten the first pick in an environment where people are going to be using comms. Because this everything after this should never happen. Like it's totally fine for you to be hovering this area, but like get that pick and just like start getting paint. Just hold the stack so that the rest of your team can start pushing in. You got very fortunate to get any value out of this shark afterwards. Okay, they're close to getting specials, and let's see how it goes. Yeah, 2 of them go down and then they use Booyah Bomb. In this kind of spot, the enemy team should be doing everything in their power to like stay alive. They could potentially use their crab to stall, but yeah. Like this person's dropping and trying to take fights while y'all have a bunch of specials out. And then their crab wasn't, like the splash didn't sit in a good spot to defensively use a crab for when y'all are going to be pushing up to use your specials. And they kind of allowed you, like y'all did a good job of capitalizing on it, but they allowed you a lot of space and a lot of potential to get picks. When against better teams, they're going to position in a way to where, oh, they pop 4 specials, we just bunker down until this is done, and then we're potentially at an advantage. Like their team should not wipe in this kind of scenario. And y'all were a little bit lucky for that, so. Yeah, overall, I would say solid game from you all, but a couple of, especially in a coordinated environment, there's definitely some things that y'all need to work on. So I think first thing is how does a KO push look? It's like in a competitive environment, when a team has, you know, a big special advantage or they wipe the enemy team, what does it look like? What elements are create that scenario, and then reverse engineer your push to mimic that. So a lot of this realistically is like watch top teams. I don't know if Sindu's search filter thing has Clam's Inkblot. It probably does. But look to see what good teams do. Look for common traits that put them in those types of scenarios. Part of that is going to be your positioning. And when going through this, you should see that having someone get into their bats is really, really, really good. They're able to get in with either no pressure at all because no one's there to help, or they're able to get in there and like stall someone on their team long enough to where we still are holding the bats, but the person that's in bats isn't in a threat or danger of getting splatted. That is what really opened up these pushes for you all. It was your C junior, which I don't even think your C junior should be the one doing this, but your C junior is the one that's like taking bats controls, and all of your extended pushes included the C junior getting into those types of positions. So I think someone else can probably do that better, but like the fact that someone got up there is like really good. In that situation where you use crab, you got your pick and then they pop crab up here, that's where I would have liked to seen you take this rail and you play this position. Get a bunch of paint, you can support yourself and stall with burst bombs. But you just kind of want to like chill in this spot and just force them to have to deal with you. And just be really annoying, but play to stay alive, like the junior ended up doing. But I think you have somewhat better tools. And eventually, if you can get like a ballpoint or something up there, then like they can hold that spot with a lot of range. But really try to see that. The other thing is like your special usage. Specifically, you want to stagger your specials. And, you know, if you can get a crab and bats, it's good. But like in general, crab helps. Like I think it probably gets its most value when you're initially trying to break in and you're looking for like those initial picks on their plot so your team can start moving forward. So I like the crabs and the timings that you ended up having. but we weren't able to fully capitalize on it if there's a ton of if everyone's using their special at the same time. Because if everyone's using their special, no one's able to push up, basically. Except for the junior, because they have a wave breaker, so they can throw that down and move forward. But you want to look for you know, like you use your specials to get in, which is great. That gives you the initial break. But you have to also think about when we're looking at KOing the other team, which KO can also just mean like a very large push. Is there a queue? There's a little bit of a queue, but you can kind of like hold your place / submit your replay in the VOD submission area. So I just kind of do it like I tag them as like either reviewed or not reviewed, and then when I get the video live of the review, which I can start putting the full VODs and replying to these, but over time, the shorter ones will be there. Okay. Yeah, no, I see yours. I think we might actually be able to get to yours tonight. There's 2 in front of you. It's like we're about to finish this one up, and then there's 2 more, and then yours. I think we can probably get yours at that point. But that'll probably be the end, and then everything after that we'll probably look to do tomorrow. But yeah, we did a good job of using our specials for the initial break and the initial score, but we exhausted them all so that we didn't have a way to sustain. Because if you want to get a big push, you have to understand that you need to sustain, and we need tools and resources to be able to do that. Yo, what's up, Fantar? Am I still reviewing? Yes, we are. We're doing quite a few reviews currently. There's a couple, if you wanted to submit a review, I would love to look at any of them. We have I keep track of them in the Discord, so if you wouldn't mind joining the Discord, there's a VOD submissions channel. And currently there's like 4 in line. So if you submitted something tonight, we would definitely get to it tomorrow. We may not be able to get to it tonight just because it's a lot of reviews. I talk quite a bit. But we definitely should be able to get to it tomorrow. But you can submit it at any point, and then we can like talk about it whenever we get to that point in the queue. Yeah, that's the biggest thing I would say here, is that we're using our specials like too fast, and we're not able to sustain longer pushes. And we're getting like, we're very desperate to like just get clams in. We want to get, we're more focused on getting this number lower than like the overall like paint and everything. Like as a team, that's probably the biggest thing that I would say with everything that I saw here. Like we're just too desperate to get the initial score, and we were a little bit fortunate to actually be able to end up getting enough points for a KO. Either, you know, we were able to slip through with C Junior to hold pushes, or you know, we were able to just outplay them and wipe them. And then so this is more of like a team thing, but for individually for you, I would look to I would say like thoughtful aggression. And this is it's the balance between when we need to paint versus when we need to fight. So like at the beginning of the match, you end up dropping onto 2 of them. And like you do end up getting the pick on this machine, but I think if they play it better, you probably just get splatted, and then you potentially like the enemy team just completely like breaks into your plot because you take a really risky play. Awesome. Thank you. So in this kind of scenario, I think you just paint for your crab in the opening. If your team is already looking for plays, which they do end up getting a pick on right stack, but if y'all are looking for plays on right stack, like just try to do your best to support that. Instead of dropping on left, like, you know, you can like paint bats and get crab. You can paint plat and just make sure they're not pushing through. And if they do push through, you can slow them down long enough for the rest of your team to be able to respond. But just get a crab so that, you know, if this goes well, then we can continue the play with crab. And if it goes poorly, then we can stall. Or if we are holding them in place and have some chip, then the crab can help kind of confirm those picks. But that's kind of the biggest thing that I would say in this kind of scenario. There was also other spots where you would challenge, like there was a couple times where you challenged a machine that like kind of knew that you were there, and they got like some shots. They were unfortunately like they couldn't actually get a pick on you, but yeah, like you get that one pick, and then you would like you were looking to like get a pick on the crab when the entire enemy, like the entire mid was just enemy paint, and you're just taking a lot of like really risky plays, which in this game specifically, you either outplayed the enemy team or didn't fully get punished as a team. You know, you ended up getting an extra pick that stalled the push long enough for the rest of your team to get into position. Which, like, for this game is great, but in scenarios where, you know, some of the little stab plays that you get when you're already in not a great spot, on like the brush over here, the octo brush, like your timing on that was great, but you probably shouldn't have been in that spot in the first place. Toward the end, after your push stalls out, you sharking over here and getting this initial pick is like wonderful. But after you get that first pick, you can't just like sit here and not expect the enemy team, especially with communication, to know that you're like over there. But even in solo queue, like people will spam like, you know, like ouch, and that should let them know that there's probably still someone over here. So like get that first pick, that's great, and then like look to paint and just kind of chill. Your team has an advantage. Let's get paint, let's get specials, and then we can set up something a little bit more consistent. Especially when you already had a lead, like you weren't in a rush for anything. Because I'm not sure your overall paint numbers, they may not be that bad, but yeah, that's kind of the biggest thing. Oh yeah, real quick, you mentioned your crabs. Yo, what's up, Uzi? Yeah, this is a clan blitz, but yeah, crab on left stack for first check is really good. And I'm guessing you're talking about TC. But you specifically wanted to talk about your crabs. I think your crabs honestly were fine. Like the positioning was fine. It's just the fact that we were using 4 specials at the same time, basically all the times that you use crab. I only remember you getting like 2 or 3 crabs. Like this is fine. Y'all get the pick. I just didn't like what you did after the crab. You like pushed with your team where like the enemy team was, instead of like taking bats or like holding this and just getting paint over here. And so the rest of your team is able to do that. No ballpoint reviews quite yet. But welcome in. I don't know if there's any ballpoint stuff in the queue. But like this kind of crab, like the overall pick was good. So I think the crab value I think is totally fine there. You probably could have been a little bit more, like y'all already had an advantage, so you probably could have pushed onto their wall. So like you had the space, instead of crabbing up here, you probably could have just crabbed like here. And maybe you could have helped directly with some of these. And if, you know, someone else was pushing into bats, you could use your crab to get shots into bats and chip for them. But y'all did get an initial pick with it, which is fine. But I would have liked to see you take control of bats when there's an opportunity to do that. There'll be another splash one. Nice. Yeah, we'll definitely get tiers tonight. We're going through a marathon of them. Sorry, I'll try to quickly go through. It's a relatively quick quad, so. Yeah, I think this is a spot here where you probably should be painting for crab instead of trying to fight. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. How long is this stream? Wait, it's 2 AM. You're in like a secret time zone. Not secret, but special time zone. Yeah, like in these spots, like we should just be focusing on a more controlled approach. I'm even okay with you like dropping out right side, but you don't. I don't know. I think with your comp, maybe it's okay, but like trying to go top of stack when the machine was like shooting at you is very dangerous. And then this play, yeah, it was just EST plus 130. I don't even know what that means. At this hour, it means nothing to me. Fair. Yeah, I was gonna say that's like the Easter egg time zone. There are some time zones that make no sense. And like that crab's okay, but like I think y'all are already ready to push. I would have rather seen you take like more aggressive positions. Like I think you're ready to use crab because crab's up. But I don't know. It's hard to fully like to judge the crabs when y'all use every special. But you know, generally crabbing on stacks I think is like totally fine. But if there is an opportunity, if y'all have enough of an advantage to be able for you to be able to move up a little bit more forward, then like feel free to do so. Newfoundland. Hog. I'm interested in your paint numbers. Yeah, I was gonna say like your paint numbers feel very low. Well, I mean this is a relatively short game, but both teams are painting quite a bit, so this feels a little bit low to me. And the situation could have got out of hand if you didn't diff them, which is my biggest concern. And some of that is due to you not needing to take aggressive plays when you end up doing so. So just be careful and understand the consequences of like you pushing up and taking fights. You know, what's the legit chance that this play works out? If it does work out, how much value do we get out of it versus if this doesn't work out and I end up getting picked, you know, what's the cost? And it's hard, you know, that kind of analysis, and you know, there's not really hard numbers that you can put when looking at like percentages and odds for any of this. So it's definitely tough, and that's part of just Splatoon as a whole. But yeah, if you're able to control and make better judgments on when it's okay to push and when it's okay to take space, because there's certain spots when you're using crab where you could have been more aggressive when you'll have an advantage. I'm surprised the machine outpainted both shooters. Yeah. Yeah, especially like the junior, like the shooters in this comp were playing very scrappy in a way that was not, the timing was a little bit not ideal. Yeah, I see the post, Fantar. Thank you. We'll definitely get to it tomorrow. But I don't know if we'll be able to get to it tonight. Overall, good game. That was fun to watch. And I think it sounded like the lowing didn't quite go exactly as you were hoping, but either way, it's definitely good practice. And especially playing with a sub can be tough. I love and appreciate anyone that subs for us, but I hate the team dynamic when we have to play with a sub. Everything just feels like off. Stamper, Inkblot, Hog. I'm very much a person that wants to be very comfortable and like, I want to know, like I want to go into a game and I want to like understand, I want to be in the head of everyone on my team. I want to know like what kind of decisions they're going to make. I want to know what kind of tendencies they have. All of that's super, super important for me. Okay. Let me update this real quick, get some water, and then we will get right to it. Okay. Looking at around 21 hundo, Hog. Looking to get to about... oh wait, max is 22. I lied. This game is 21. Yo, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it'll be around this time, probably a little bit earlier, because we'll probably get to yours toward the top of the stream, but thank you. You're being gaslit. It's not 21, it's actually 22. The world is exploding. And then oh yeah, this is a scrim. Shoot, I forgot who, I can't remember who Sticker is. I don't know if they're they might be in the chat right now. If you're Sticker on Discord, please I'm trying to put context to the scrim. I know we talked about it before, but I don't remember the I don't remember everything. Give me like actually I can just drink water now. We'll get right into it. For a scrim, these comps are outrageous. I'm kind of here for it. Honestly, your comp, it's kind of spicy. I actually kind of like it a little bit. But, yeah, I didn't look at builds last game, but I think for the most part it's okay. So we're using sub saver. That's interesting. These comps are wow, yeah. I'm here for it. We love ourselves some spicy comps. But Dynamo, if given space, it actually can like move forward and do stuff. The problem is that the enemy team is very, very short range, which is I don't know. I think your comp has a very clear advantage with the range and paint, but there is scenarios where this game, especially for TC, this game can get out of hand if we start feeding. So hopefully, as long as we don't panic, I feel pretty comfortable about this entire game. But we'll see how it goes. Which stamper are we? That's not us. This is us. I kind of missed the opening. Let me go back a tiny bit. Yeah. Felixa Carvin, yeah. Y'all, you're used to some quirky comps, Uzi, but you always make it work. Yeah. I think it's unfortunate. Like if you clean that up quicker, then like your spacing and everything is totally fine. Getting behind them is great. Perfect. And then now how do we look to move forward? I don't hate going for the one shot here. I don't know if it's absolutely necessary. We are just diffing the entire enemy team while the rest of your team's pushing. This game is crazy. But in that kind of scenario, I think it's probably better for us to just move into left side. Oh, I didn't go back fast enough or far enough. Like this is great. I don't know if we necessarily need to ledge camp in a scenario like this, especially when we have another stamper that's gonna spawn in, and especially if we have a dynamo. Like dynamo, unironically, can actually like kind of ledge camp as well, which they might be sitting on the tower. But either way, I'd much rather us take space faster. And yeah, I think stamper definitely should be looking at the very least. Like I do think that we start moving into bats, but we need to be focused more on like this left side. Like just climb this wall and just start spacing out their team. Like their team is super low range. So if we identify any of the first people that are coming out, we can just zone them out completely. And like after we wipe, it's a good habit and good practice. I think in the community as a whole, and this includes myself, I don't think we map check quite as much as we need to, or as much as we should. But like after you get a wipe, you probably should kind of look at the map real quick out of just like practice. But like they have no paint in their bats, and like as you start moving forward, like they still haven't paint in their bats, which means you should be able to just like take this for free, and you're not really going to be challenged by anyone. Like there's a chance that this person comes through and like they stop the tower when the tower starts moving this way, but you have two teammates there. You kind of have to like trust them, but you should be able to get into position and like get a button. You don't have to move that far forward, but you can like you can like sit right here and just like get all of this paint and start moving your way to bats. But I'd much rather you like, I just want to see you like have a more honest approach to this and just bully the enemy team. Your advantage with your comp is like you all have a ton of range. And so like, you know, I wouldn't, this is a cheeky play. I don't mind it, but this isn't, I'd much rather you actually look to just take more control overall. Dynamo tower, shot on block, one stamper bats, one stamper plat. I mean, generally, I think that's fine. And then some of the people around plat are able to help with. There's different approaches that we can take to be able to help with bats. I think Zipcasters as a whole are one way that your teammates can help, but I think the team as a whole has resources to be able to assist, but yeah, exactly. So I'd much rather us take space than go for this type of play. Because all of this is unnecessary. We're basically zoning them off the tower. This is like the bigger thing that you have to think about. Like, why are we doing things? And like, you're using this play to zone out the enemy team so that you're able to take this first check. And when you look at their comp and you look at you as a stamper that has like ridiculous range, like you can just sit at a max distance and fight them from far away and accomplish the exact same thing. But like when you zipcaster into them, like you're going into their range and you should get traded in this kind of spot. Like I think you overperform like mechanically compared to the decisions that were made in that spot. Because now your team is like not in a position. Y'all are starting to take bats now, but you know, you should already be in those types of positions and not have to fight for them as much. When you find those really big pushes, what is happening? What did I just witness? I'm gonna say that I'm gonna give that like a strike. I'm gonna give that a strike because we're not taking this game serious. The squid party. I don't know what that was. Maybe something happened where someone like, I don't know. That was a bizarre scenario. Game kind of looks a little bit laggy. Maybe that's what we're looking. I'm so confused. We'll let them cook. But yeah, I'm not sure how serious they're taking this, so I don't know how serious I want to take this. That was a nice play, at least. I'll need to take the fight, but, you know. We'll let them cook a little bit. But yeah, 2 down, we should be going into their bats. Alright, yeah, this is strike 2. I don't know what's happening. At least that ledge camp was an off angle. Alright, if we go back and hold start going in circles, this is strike 3. Alright, this is strike 3. I don't know what's happening. A plan to activate comeback. Purposefully feed the activate comeback. A 5 head. Nah, the build is wild. We'll speed through. Maybe we let them cook a little bit, but yeah, we're going for the theatrics. And I'm not gonna bother. Is this a screw? They said it was a scrim. But it does look a little interesting in the way they're playing. It started out okay, but then it evolved very fast. Plus 3. I'll take your word for it. This is how Splatoon should be played optimally. Yeah, I'll let it go through, but this is an experience. This is not something to be analyzed. This is an experience. But yeah, don't send this type of gameplay unless we're specifically calling it like a gimmick. Yeah, this is how Nintendo. This is played in Nintendo HQ to understand how to balance the game. Yeah, that was interesting. I think your stamper is pretty solid, but I don't know what happened in those plays. If I had to give any sort of advice, practically, it would be take space more and not hold a sub while you're sitting on stack when you can move forward instead. But we didn't take that very seriously in our game, so I'm not going to take it very seriously in terms of analyzing it. Alright, anyways, we'll move forward. I think Uzi's next, and Uzi's here, so we'll definitely we'll go Uzi, but yeah, depending on how fast we can get through these games, we might be able to. So I think Ace of Clubs is here, so I don't want to skip them. but we might be able to skip over a couple to do a little bit of jumping. But anyways, yeah, best advice I can give for that game was try to, if you want to improve, definitely try to take it serious. Oop. But I do think your Stamper is quite nice. It would be nicer in the enemy team's bat zoning off the rest of the team. Although it could be fair, maybe you like are playing in a scrim and then they pull out that comp and then you can't really take it serious. But I don't know exactly what was happening in that scenario. Alright. More ink blot splash. Let's get it. Alright. Looking oh shoot. D2 gamer. I'll say div. Gamer's gonna take up a lot of space, so I'm just gonna put div 2. Slash. I believe this is a scrim as well, right? Yeah. You're playing with a trial versus Silly Kitties? Nice, nice, nice. Okay. So in looking at these two comps, I think your comp is pretty standard, I would say. I'd be interested in, we've had a couple of conversations when it comes to not BP, I sleep. When it comes to Splash Neo, I'm interested in different people's mentality on why they want to play Splash Neo. I think we played against you all, or at least we played against Nishi, and I think they were playing Splash Neo, so maybe it's just something that they're either learning or they're comfortable with, or but yeah, I think us in the West, at least I think on the very high levels, we I think the West is getting better at getting value out of this Splash Neo and value, just overall valuing it higher. But us plebs, we look at tier lists that Pro Chara gives out and the special tier list that FLC makes that is a tier list but not a tier list, and we say Tri-Strikes are bad, so we don't go Neo Splash. So we need some like actual conversation about it, because heck you. I also want to play Neo. Crab's still very valuable. Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I kind of like a mix between both, but it really depends on what the comp needs. I think with Ballpoint you have enough, like you have more entry tools, especially with Inkjet, so that you don't necessarily need a V-Splash, but I don't know. They're both good. It's really good because you can counter Crab Booyah, stopping the tower. Yeah, that's the other thing, TC especially. Strike is insane. I like Strike. Sometimes it can feel a little bit awkward, but I don't know. If you're trying to fit the actual support role, I think it does a really good job. Yo, MCat. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. If not, please correct me. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, I think your comp pretty solid, has tools to deal with most everything. Their comp, I'm a little bit concerned that we're not paint positive enough to get a ton of value out of this carbon. That's like my only concern. I think it, like, generally it's fine, but I don't know. Like, we do have Tri-Strikes to potentially work with to give us an in. And we have some distraction tools with Zipcaster. Like, I think both comps are solid, but I'm interested to see how the carbon actually turns out with how they end up deciding to play it. Like, quick carbon deck after this game, Harry. Fair. It feels a little too greedy for paint to have them play this type of comp. Oh yeah, was there any notes or anything? Don't think so, but we'll go through. Okay, I think we just want to paint for early crab and as a team just be careful about a potential carbon deco play. Yeah, playing this area is so awkward when as a splash player. I hate it. Fortunately, they don't have a machine, but I like that you give up the space a little bit. I quickly want to just see what happened. Just from like a whole team's perspective, I'm interested to see how this went right for your team. Okay. So your Stamper was able to play with Tri-Strike, and then yeah, the Carbon was still trying to ledge camp and got flanked around. Now y'all can isolate that play on the raid and y'all should be able to push. Also real quick, I'm sorry I keep going back. I'm like trying to watch a lot of stuff at once and then I get too focused on something and then something else happens. Oh, we used Crab initially to get this pick, okay. I don't know if we necessarily need it, but I think it's whatever. Like TC, y'all are in a good enough scenario, but maybe when the initial play happened, I don't know. I feel like this Crab is a little bit not necessarily panicky, but it might have been a little bit unnecessary. I do like that you paint a little bit more. I'd probably, in that kind of scenario, because sometimes I'll be in those spots, I'd focus more, and maybe other people have differing opinions, but I'd focus more on getting expo shots to just paint as many important spots on the map as you move forward as you can. It's like a very minor optimization, but I know that you're relatively new to it. Not knowing who was alive, yeah. Because I think like that those plays were developing, and I'd imagine with comms, you probably should have known that that play was a little bit safer than it was, but I've been in those positions and I know how it goes, especially since you were just pressured for like the last 15 seconds. But you probably could have got away with it. Fortunately, on this map mode, you probably can get like, as long as your team has the resources to get past first checkpoint, you should have a Crab ready for second checkpoint anyways. But you definitely could have got away not popping Crab there. We'll let this play out. Alright, I respect the movement. Oh no. Yeah, so at the beginning of this push, I don't know. Like when we started taking this left wall, I'm okay with your initial positioning in this type of spot. We probably could have moved forward a little bit earlier. But I don't necessarily like us dropping, which all this is happening very fast. So it's in the moment, I could potentially see this as like, you know, I just need to reposition, but I'd rather us like slow it down and just get paint to like slow this person down. Like you're able to like dodge past them, which is nice, but I think they were a little bit desperate to get to the tower, and if they were more focused on what's in front of them, they probably could get a pick on you. Yeah, no, you're good, you're good. It seemed like one of those spots that like you're reacting as you're already with your forward momentum and your head's kind of set with what you need to do next. It's a lot easier to see when you can just pause the game and you're not in the middle of a match. But good on your teammates to support. Yo, X-Man, thank you for the follow, my friend. Hope you're having a nice weekend. Hopefully you're enjoying the Splatoon action. And if you have any replay codes, feel free to use Discord or !Discord to join the Discord and submit a VOD review, and we will definitely get to it. Probably not today, but maybe tomorrow. Should be tomorrow. I think we're still at the point we'll definitely do stuff for tomorrow. But yeah, in this scenario, I would personally, I'm okay with you playing it a little bit more aggressive, but I probably would have been more focused on using the, or like getting your Crab ready, because they're 2 down. You can kind of like slow this play down. Like when they use Tri-Strike here, I don't know if we necessarily need to be as aggressive as we are. This might be a more stylistic choice. Also, G Docto, I don't know if I said thank you. I said it in my head. I don't know if I said it here. But I would rather us set up for a situation to use crabs. Yeah, kind of like what Panther was saying. We kind of get caught with Tri-Strike, but I think we could have played... I think we could have positioned ourselves to like be over here for Tri-Strike, and then we can drop down this way. But I don't love us having to commit to a T-Tech having to move in one direction with the rest of their team like pushing in and ready to drop potentially. Strikes have suction on the bottom? What do you mean? What does that mean? Sorry, I don't know why I said that. I said that really weird. What do you mean? I'm confused. What do you mean by suctions? Like they... Like an actual suction bomb? Like the model? Or the first strike is? When the pod lands, it sticks to the ground? This thing? I'm confused. You're saying that's a suction bomb? I went more than 2 frames. I went too far. Oh, a suction cup. Oh, maybe. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't paid attention. I strictly played missiles for the little bit of competitive Splatoon 2 that I played, and I didn't understand that it was like soda bottles or whatever. Oh, I see. You know what? I could have played this game for many years in the future and I never would have noticed this. So this is the hard-hitting analytics that I really appreciate from you. That's actually a cool detail, I can't lie. I don't know what this thing's supposed to be, but I see. Either way, I like your movement here. Just trying to get out of the situation. You understand that like the timing window here is not great for you. Oh, an antenna? Oh, y'all are way smarter than I am. But, you know, I think we could have repositioned to this spot without taking the risk of going for that type of play. This is the gameplay review I came here for. True. We all learn a little bit. Honestly, pretty sure most of the community didn't know that it was a suction comp. Or maybe I'm coping, I don't know. Because I like the end result. I like you here with your special and you're ready to crab. But I think we could have done it like slightly less dangerous. Because we don't want to really take any sort of fight, when we are with our stamper. I'd rather us stay alive and reposition more safely. But yeah. Thank you. I'm not the only one coping. And yeah, we get the crab out. How did the carbon even get in that spot? Did they push through the Tri-Strike? Oh, they just dropped. Alright, that's pretty slick by them. That's unfortunate. That's a little bit unfortunate. Yeah, overall I would have preferred, I would have preferred that you get a crab out a little bit safer, but you had nice movement to stay alive for as long as you did, and they committed a ton of resources to like stop your crab, and your team's able to clean up, which is nice. Good bombs, unfortunate that you didn't get the pick there, but I dig it. I hate climbing this thing. I hate this thing. It's so annoying. The hitbox on it, they like made it worse somehow in 3. Anyways, personal gripe. Oh no. Yeah, now you're in a weird spot. I like that you don't try to fight the carbon head up. Might have been able to play it a little bit cleaner. Getting curb stomped in the open. Because right now, like, I don't know. Crab is a safer option, but when your team is throwing like Tri-Strikes and stuff, and y'all are looking to potentially push, I feel like you could maybe get more value out of your main weapon versus like crabbing here. Because this person takes a very interesting route, but I feel like you probably could have supported the control of bats a little bit better than you did. Should have moved the crab down left above the ramp. Down left. Oh, like above this ramp, like over here. Funny hole. Maybe. Can you climb blitz? Oh, what? My brain is like over here, I guess. So you like get a better angle. I don't know. I don't hate this crab positioning. I think it's okay, but I feel like we could actually get more value out of our main weapon. Because like if we think about timing windows in this type of scenario, like you jump in and your team basically like wipe the other team. So I'd rather you have more of a presence in painting and stuff and throwing burst bombs and like holding this bats. Let like get your tri-strikes out, push with your machine, and like actually take bats before we look to actually crab. But the crab is okay. It's unfortunate they get picked and then looks like they have someone that stayed alive and is sharking behind. But I think you play against this carbon about as safely as you can. Yeah, but you know, the thing about your crab is like when you initially crab here, there's a chance that you can help your teammate over here. And I think that's like, you're technically able to help both sides by doing that. But if you're over here, this play with your teammate kind of goes away. The bigger focus here is to focus on bats. So you do get technically a little bit of a clear angle over this way, but I think in general, we just probably want to push more with our tri-strikes in that kind of scenario. Once we have control of bats, I think we can basically lock them out with a crab. Hey, the one shot. Those are nice angles on the crab from tower. Aww. But how long have you been playing Splash for? Because your movement seems pretty solid. Like your awareness is really good to drop off the tower in that scenario so that you're able to actually like take good fights while the enemy teams panic to touch tower. I just play meta stuff, so usually Splash and Machine currently. If you're asking me, Uzi, who we're reviewing now, plays Splash currently, but also is a roller connoisseur. Once you had to find another team. Yo, what's the build? We love the bomb range. Well, they might not have too much sub power up. Maybe some subs. The biggest thing here is that I like that you're playing mobile. You know, like in the opportunities where the decos, the carbon is like trying to commit to you to get a pick, you're like you're spacing yourself so you don't give them the opportunity. So I think you play the bait game pretty well. Bombs maybe could be a little bit cleaner throughout that whole play, but I think your Splatoon IQ to navigate through stack, where as a Splash, stack feels really weird. Yeah, but that was clean. Again, I don't think we need to use crab. Oh, okay. I was about to say we had a little bit of a moment to know that they were there, but I don't think we necessarily need to pop crab in this kind of spot. Wait, what is BPU? some sort of power up. What's my submission in the Discord? Thank you, thank you. Oh, sub power up. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really good. It's really, really good. Yeah, like when we get that pick, I feel like we honestly, because like we're reacting to them using this. We probably could have just jumped forward and done the same thing. But, you know. This does confirm the pick at least. Is also mine there, but I don't like that we're moving our crab toward this person over here. I think we panicked a little bit. We probably could have just stayed where we were, or like maybe move back a little bit toward the top of the wall so we had a little bit more height. But we can. It's like in this scenario, I think we rolled back this way instead of going this way. Like, I think your end goal is to wrap around here, but like you're still not in a terrible spot. You know, like your team has quite a bit of an advantage and you don't want to give them an opportunity to have like a really big play. And the roller with a bunch of your team stacked together is potentially dangerous. Yeah, fall off the carbon, yeah. Or just use more burst bombs. I always go with the burst bomb route, but yeah. Like y'all probably could have held, you know, you're probably not going to get past 4, but you probably can at least keep fights and keep control on the enemy plot just to stall out the game for longer. But again, in those scenarios, sometimes it can be a little bit hard to navigate like the overall like numbers and stuff. But that is something like when you initially went into ball form and you got hit by the carbon, that does give you an opportunity to like look at the UI and get an idea of like what the numbers are and like, you know, if it's good or bad for you. Because it feels like this is another scenario where you feel very panicked when the situation is a lot more advantageous for your team than you think it is. And that's happened a couple of times, so it might just be, I don't know. It might be a thing that maybe you just want to keep an eye on the UI and like look for opportunities where you technically can't do a ton of stuff. Or even if like you're painting, you can like glance while you're like painting. Like look for those opportunities and make sure that we're just our general awareness of like moment to moment stuff is adjusting accordingly. Because like things are always like your overall Splatoon awareness is really good, but like, you know, when something's happening on the other side of the map and you have like half a second to respond, like there's a, as you get better, you want to make sure that you're making the best decisions in all these types of scenarios, especially at high level and especially against like with and against like the types of weapons that are on both teams. Like there's a lot of like big play potential that can happen on both sides. And we want to make sure that we're staying up to date with that as fast as we can. Let's say, hypothetically, I played Tetris and Sniper Rider. What would you be able to help with? Because I want to know which one to submit. Sniper Rider, I'd probably tell you played a different weapon. No, I'm kidding. Sniper Rider, honestly, I probably can't help too much. I think that kit is like a little bit weird. But I play with the Tetra, so I'm a little bit more familiar with the playstyle overall. So I'd probably say Tetra, I could honestly give you better, more productive stuff. I just haven't seen a lot of Sniper Rider, but you know, depending on your level, like it goes back to like there's weapon knowledge and then there's like game knowledge. And for like Tetra, I can kind of help a little bit here. Sniper Rider, even less. But for game knowledge, regardless of the weapon that you play, like, you know, there's a lot to pick from that. So I think you're honestly fine with whatever. And if you're godlike at the game and I can't help you with any of your game stuff, then I'll learn some Sniper Rider's tech. Find someone who knows how to play Sniper Rider. I mean, one of my teammates is a Charger main and can do pretty well with Sniper Rider, but it's just a very weird kit. But if you actually want Sniper Rider advice, I can pull in one of my teammates that actually is like, I think they're 4-star currently with Sniper Rider, which isn't that much, but you know, if you actually want to work on that, I can pull some favors and get someone in that actually has like a good amount of experience with Sniper Rider. Anyways, video games. So yeah, we have a massive lead. They haven't done anything on the map yet, and there's 80 seconds left. So this is the spot where we just continue to paint, spam burst bombs, have crabs ready when we need them. Don't get tempted to play around this wall and, you know, get immediately deleted by a stamper or a carbon, which we don't do. Yeah, I don't know where that carbon deco was at that point. You turned that corner very tight. I would be more risk adverse in this type of scenario. Because again, we're looking for like unnecessary risk. Like we know that they're gonna be playing in this like lane. And I can understand why you're like looking to move through the corner because you know, like we want to get vision here. But you know, as a splash, we swing wide in this type of scenario. We can paint our feet if there's a deco coming in, and we can throw burst bombs to stop people. But if we wanted to swing to be able to help with our Neo, which in general, honestly, we probably shouldn't necessarily look for this play. But if we're stalling to play around like specials and stuff, then it's fine. But try to give up as much space as you can. You basically lose fights with everything as a splash, but burst bombs can keep you safe and allow you to stay alive for a while. Play Carbon Roller, Deco, Squiffer, Luna Blaster, Reflex, Stamper. Well, you're all over the place. 2 frames away from dying, yeah. I might have lost 2 frames on my overall lifespan from the heart palpitations from dealing with that play. That sadness. It looked like you were trying to squid roll there, which I've been there. That's ultimate sadness. We'll see how you play here. Okay, I like that you're retreating. I don't like that we don't have crab ready here, but we do have other specials to play around. This whole play feels very disrespectful. We don't talk about it. This whole play feels very much like we're diffing you, and I'm just gonna take some silly plays. We'll let you cook a little bit. We'll see what happens. Yeah, now we're just blatantly just disregarding the carbon. But your team's able to clean up. Like, it's kind of whatever in these spots. The one thing that I would mention is when you initially get splatted from we'll skip past. We didn't see it. Oh, we went too far back. We might have to see it a second time. But after you get splatted, one thing that I do want to notice, it's really important as a splash player. Generally when your team is leading, like you'll have a ton of base paint because there's no reason for you all to paint base. I would take a little bit of a second here and like, you know, while you're splatted, at least check your map and figure out, because one thing as a splash player, which you do have a Neo that's like redundant and trying to do the same thing, but when we're coming off a spawn, we want to start planning how do we get crab? What's the most efficient? Like, where do we need to be in, like, how fast can we get crab? And then how can we, like, synchronize those in the best way? And, like, you can still path over here to defend the tower, but you can have crab ready by, like, painting all of this, or painting all of this, and painting all of this. Basically, I want you to have crab before you start taking engagements with these people. Which, like, you're playing around specials, which is fine, but I think we can probably play a little bit more discipline here. I'm just scared of, like, us going for this type of play and then, like, Carbon Deco comes here, or, like, Stamper sitting here. I'm scared of just something happening where you end up getting splatted, and after, like, we use Tri-Strike to stop the tower, but they, instead of being on tower, they actually push toward bats. And then your team loses control altogether. Brain turned off there as soon as I died to roll splat. Honestly, that's fair. We need a full reboot after. But I like that you eventually stopped. But we need a crab ready, and like we don't have paint. This entire ledge, which they have 2 ledge camping weapons. We know one of them isn't here, but like all of this is enemy paint. We can't be sitting here. unless we're in like a desperate spot where we need to get to tower immediately, but like we have a massive lead. So we need more discipline here. And I think just base painting for crab, it takes like an extra second or two, but like you'd already have crab and you can set up crab here. You can set, you know, all the fun spots where you can crab. You can crab on grade if you really want to, but we need to be aware of threats. You know, whether it's a machine, which isn't in this game, but like Carbon Deco, Stamper, these are spots where we can potentially throw the game. And when we're in this big of a lead and we're just stalling, it's so hard to play discipline because, like, you know, we've all been here. We're bored at this point. We just want to move on to the next game. Like, they're not pushing to 4, which they can push to 4, but like our mentalities are not pushing to 4. So like, let's just get this over with. Let's have a little dopamine. Let's take a risky fight. But if this is like an actual tournament set, you know, we need to make sure that we're buckling down. But like a nice movement after all of this, but we should be popping crab instead of taking a direct fight against a lot of short range weapons. But you do a really good job. Again, I don't have to tell you. You know, in these spots, like you're able to stall for a really long time so your teammates can clean up, which is a very important skill to have. Like, I think your intuition when it comes to pathing and movement outside of this... Actually, you had roller intuition on checking this wall when you were swinging really tight on the wall. Or yeah. But overall, like, you do a good job of staying alive, but we don't want to be in this spot in the first place. This is a big L. And in the 0.5% chance we lose this game, it's because of the plays that we're making now. I feel like you want to tell the roller that's my weapon. Get off of it. Playing Dynamo for a year kind of helps you still stalling and low pain. That's like the sick thing. There's so much that you can learn on other weapons. This happens in a lot of competitive games. It happens a lot in card games, but like people don't really play a ton of card games. But like in fighting games, for example, like if you play a completely different style, but you have experience in other styles, that stuff still is with you. There's still valuable resources that you can apply to other stuff. So having skills from a wide variety of weapons is really beneficial. Also, I'd be focusing on the tower since that's like the only person that can do anything, and you again are having a chance of throwing. Alright, we're fine. Yeah, make sure that we're staying focused. We're not Squid Party trolling, but we're... Oh man, if we end up losing this game, I'm gonna regret all of these decisions. Level of trolling. Alright, I gotcha, Fantar. I gotcha. I'll do some extras tonight, so I appreciate everyone's patience, but I feel ya, I feel ya. Alright, so a couple of things real quick with all of this. Living with Splash is easy as hell. Dynamo once you hope you know you're dead. There. So a couple of things. One, I would say some of it is like you're using, like the symptom is that you're using crab too fast. And you're using it in spots where you don't necessarily need to use it. I think the bigger thing is check. I don't really know. It's like info dump. This probably isn't the right way to say it. During downtime. So basically in spots where like your team has 4v2s, yeah, checking UI, sometimes it can be checking maps. So like when you get spotted, for example, and there's a bunch of base paint, know that you can get your crab very fast and you don't have to take a bunch of unnecessary risk, you know. Mitigate risk. Which team has the advantage, like for that specific, because like sometimes in certain scenarios it can like split second changes. But you know, making sure, because there was a couple of spots where, yeah, we felt a little bit potentially uncomfortable. Yeah, I think like your crabs overall, like you maybe could adjust your positioning a little bit. I think the crabs are fine. One thing I would say is that we need to be more respectful around ledges. Like they're very risky as a splash player. And I think some of it is muscle memory from playing a roller. But there's just like a lot of scenarios where we're taking unneeded risk around like ledges where there's paint, and it's important to just make sure that you're not putting yourself in a bad spot. Again, I will say with your comp, there's quite a bit of redundancy when it comes to stalling, and even with the machine to a certain degree, and with its range, even this to a certain degree. So like if the comps that I play Splash in, things can fall apart very fast if I go down, because we play with like backline and stuff, but there's a lot of redundancy in what you do, so it's not as important. But there are certain scenarios where we're actively trying to throw this game and we're just not able to find ways to do it. I think when you find yourself in these risky spots, you do a good job of just like navigating around them, you know? Like at a certain point, like, oh no, I shouldn't be here. But we need to make sure we're a little bit faster on that, because we'll play against certain comps and against certain players that will like chew you up, and like they're just waiting for you to be in that spot for just a split second. Most times you won't get punished because I think you play around it pretty well, but at the level that you're at, like, you know, I'm trying to find like small things for you to really focus on. You know, for most people, I would probably say like, oh yeah, you played around ledges pretty well, but we need to avoid this type of scenario altogether, because we're finding ways to lose. Which goes back to the other thing of just like discipline with big lead. Just like have your special ready, paint, so on and so forth. I don't think it was awful, but it could have gotten bad, and I just want you to develop good habits especially when you're first getting into Splash. You know, like base paint is like a massive thing. But overall, I think you played it really well. You know, I think you not much else will do. Yeah, we got some characters, you know. I didn't know that's what NM stood for, but I guess it does now. But overall, I think it's solid. But honestly, the biggest thing here is like these two specifically. I think this is something that you're probably actively working on, and it's just like there's certain spots where that can get very panicked, and like, you know, sometimes in scrims you're not as focused and everything. But yeah, the ledges and the discipline overall, I think when you're playing Splash, it's important to make sure that you don't butcher that one, because you're a lot more helpless than you may think. And when you're in a bad spot, you can navigate around it just fine. But yeah, like I feel like your pain numbers could probably be a little bit higher. Like deaths and stuff were fine, but the death number should be higher as well. Yo, Sam. Hello. Welcome in, the gamer. How was the stream? How was the games? I'm guessing you were doing a little bit of climbing. How was it? Heck, let's go. Also, what have you been playing recently? I know that we looked at one of your games of you playing, what's it called? Machine? But are you into the ballpoint hype with all the... Are you getting into the ballpoint hype and the splatling hype? Oh, you just got 9s? Sheesh. Sick. attracts glowflies like no other. Sheesh. Alright. Let me get this updated real quick, but we're looking at some higher level scrims. One thing I will say, I'm familiar with a lot of these names. I'm probably most familiar with you, Fantar, but I don't know. There's a certain level of like +2 and like even +1 European players that I've like seen I've seen some of their names, but I'm not always the most familiar. Can't be gonna strip. Rip. Yeah, like I've seen because I think that's like Elias right here. I've seen them play in a bunch of stuff. And if it's the Elias, I think I'm pronouncing that right, that I know, then like I think I've played against him in a tournament and I got smashed. But I might as well just do it the way that you have it here. Leave X. But yeah. Weapons are legit. Just play what I'm feeling for the day. Yeah, you're in the Bab zone where you can just flex and play whatever and you're chilling. Maybe one day. Don't know anyone in plus. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like I've played in enough tournaments. I'm familiar with most people, but there's just a lot of, just because of time zone stuff, there's a lot of tournaments that I play in, especially weeklies, that I'm just not familiar. And only when I play in majors, we have to play against one of these teams in like round 2 is when we're struggling. But yeah, let's look at the comps. Yeah, these are very these are very meta comps. I'm interested to see all the ballpoints and stuff too. Paddling Pool and Triton comp, I gotcha. Yeah, though I unfortunately I can't play EU time zone, so it's only like the weekend tournaments that I see them. Doesn't stop me from getting 38%. Sag. But yeah, I'm actually interested on why y'all decided to go what's it called? V-Splash in this scenario. I personally kind of hate V-Splash on this map, but I love V-Splash with your comp. Like triple Fizzy Bomb, y'all have so much chip. Like our sub and special do a really good job to help clean stuff up, but I don't know. I like this a little bit better. This is going to be really interesting. I can't tell the difference skill-wise between the two, so I don't know if there's a skill diff, but it'd be interesting to see how these two comps play out with the difference in the way that this, like the difference in the splash itself. Check out the review. Yeah, I'll actually have the video. I cut the video. I just need to make a thumbnail, but I'll probably post that tomorrow, Sam. Gameplay was sick. Doesn't know how to play Neo Splash. Honestly, I'm in the same boat. It's so hard. It's not hard, but it's like actually hard. The decision making gets tough. But if you want the full VOD, I have that uploaded to a separate YouTube channel. I gotcha. Go deflate like balloons. Yeah, no, you're burnt out after the 9s. Congrats. Thank you for the raid. Have a good night. Talk to you soon. Attend number 8. Wait, you've never been in +3, Uzi? Let me make the thumbnail. If you want to make the thumbnail, go for it. Oh, okay. I always just assumed. I thought you were like, oh, number 2 passed. I see. I was about to say, I just assumed that you were +3, like pushing for +2. That's always just my perception of like you. But I haven't looked at results or anything, so I have no idea. Anyways, yeah, I think overall retakes are going to be really tough with Crab. That was the thing I was saying about this before. Is like crabs on retake are tough on this map because basically you're stuck either crabbing, like you get the crab this area, and you either hit like here. You can deal with people on your ramp. Wait, this is Rainmaker? I just assumed it's zones. My bad. Okay. Rainmaker changes it a little bit. Crabs, I think, a little bit more acceptable. But on zones, like you either crab there or you can crab specifically like right here, and you can hit like this much of your stage and you can like hit zone. So like this can help if your team's actually able to push this. But I do feel like it's a little bit awkward. I will say that I like on Rainmaker, I like V-Splash a little bit more than I do like in zones, which is where I traditionally see it. But I'm interested to see how this whole thing plays out given that. Looking at builds, everything is interesting. So one of the machines is playing Haunt, or not, yeah, Haunt, which is like kind of interesting. Versus we're playing more aggressive type builds, which makes more sense to me in Rainmaker. And then on the ballpoints, our ballpoint is more focused on, I think ours is the longer, or we have, oh, shoot, okay, we're gonna restart one more time. I hate that you can't pause the game and look at builds, it's so annoying. Anyways, we have special charge. I don't know the subs in the build, so like we might be running some special power up as well. Traditionally, I see ballpoints have more special power up so that they can have their ballpoint last longer. But we're getting more ballpoints versus longer lasting, or inkjets, more of them versus longer lasting. Those are kind of the two massive things, and like a little bit more aggression and speed from our machines comparatively. So that's like the really interesting thing when you're looking at like very similar comps, is like differences in builds and how that actually makes differences with everything. But obviously on this map, machines are very good at holding ledges. Holding ledges is always going to be good on this map, but specifically around this area, it's a little bit different than traditional splat zones where it's like happening over here and like over here. We have to move a little bit more forward, and after first check, like machine can hit over this ledge, which I don't, with their comp, I don't know, they might not have as many people like trying to desperately go over there, but this is one like attempt after the first check. And then the other thing is just, you know, being able to push deeper in and like start attacking these people directly. There's some interesting angles, but in mid, obviously the machine's going to do really well. You can sit up here, hit over here. There's a lot of angles that you can get a lot of value. So pretty understandable comps on both ends, and we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, I would give Pop in this scenario. We're able to get the pick after, which is nice. The immediate aggression's super sick. Holy. Alright. So a couple things here in this kind of scenario. OS Splash versus no object. I mean, you never know. You never know. So the one thing I would say in this kind of scenario, I love the aggression after the first pick. This is something that I wish I was able to do more. Just like being able to move forward and have the confidence to do it. Like this is awesome and the lead up is awesome. One question I do have, and this is more, I'm probably going to ask a lot of questions. Why did y'all take left check instead of the higher ground? I feel like generally when we have full control, we prefer taking it on the right side. I feel like it's just easier to get more points because we can play around the ramp more and like use this as like an off angle. And especially with double machine, like you can get a machine down here and like mess with people that are trying to move, like trying to drop in and everything. But I don't know, like this seems very obvious to me, but I might be missing something. So that's kind of the first thing. Second thing, I like the continued aggression. It's unfortunate you didn't get the pick, but I like that you're able to stay alive. You don't know. I gotcha. That's tough. Those are just nice ballpoint shots. Okay, and they're just stalling so we can get back to mid faster. I'm here. Choked hard. I don't know if it's necessarily a choke. We could have, like, we did get the initial hit. Like the pick on the ramp was like super nice. And then when we moved up here, yeah, this was a little bit unfortunate. But I like that we were able to stay alive after. I would, yeah. This scenario, I'd definitely be a little bit more careful when it comes to um your pathing. But honestly, I don't blame you. If I'm the ballpoint, I'm always focused on the person that's rushing me. So that was a pretty, honestly, it's kind of a heads up play for them to hit a couple of shots on you in that type of spot. PP shouldn't have killed me. I mean, this is very impressive. Maybe lucky, I don't know, but that's crazy. Yeah. His VP goes crazy. I don't know if it's like maybe a connection diff. I don't know where people are located, but yeah. No way they pre-fire you. Yeah, that's a very heads up play from the ballpoint. I would be surprised if they intentionally did that, but you probably could have just backed up in that spot. But again, I don't blame you for trying to take ramp because it makes like I realistically I would expect the ballpoint to be pushing your I think your ballpoint in that spot, and you are like going to help clean that up. So look at it from a BP perspective. That's a good point. I forgot that we have the technology to do that. That's just kind of a crazy flick. Or sorry, your machine from before. Honestly, that's a pretty crazy flick. The fact that they had just enough bullets to hit that though, that's crazy. Respect. But I do like the pickup for the Rainmaker here to stall for us to be able to contest mid a little bit better. What the? Did we one-shot them there? Were they already low? I'm so confused. He was weak. Okay, I was about to say, I think he maybe have like walked into pain or something. Oh, burst Ender Eye. I didn't go back. That's enough. Oh, I see, I see. Alright. Either way, I like your approach. Especially with the lead at this point, like we played a little bit safe. The enemy team's they're looking to be, like mentally, they're looking to be more aggressive toward mid. They're more focused on getting checkpoint than all of that. And we're able to take advantage. Oof, nice angles. Holy DivX gameplay. Our movement is so good. But yeah, on the bulb, I mean the Booyah Bomb here. I'm guessing we reacted. It's hard to tell. It seems like we weren't. I feel like we didn't have enough time to see them throw the Booyah Bomb here. I don't love that we pop Booyah Bomb as fast as we did. I would have rather us wait like a half more second. But it's okay. I think it's inconsequential. I don't know if we actually reacted to them throwing the Booyah Bomb or if we just popped it and we made a guess that, because realistically they're not going to throw it at you, but I don't know. It could have potentially put you at more risk than you maybe needed to. I like the stall here. Unfortunately, your teammate gets completely beamed by the enemy team, and I don't know. The positioning of the Booyah Bomb is like super sick. The enemy team wants to continue taking space so that they can take lead, and then you force them to make a decision. Just went back and pop Booyah. Gotcha. I'm actually a little bit confused at the end there. Is it the ballpoint? Wait, who was this? Oh, it was a spot? I'm so confused. I don't know how that first person, the person that you splatted the second? Oh, your teammates already, okay. I'm missing all the action. I'm confused on what they were doing to, instead of splatting you. Okay, they get this pick. They just missed shots. Okay. I think they were trying to paint forward, but I'm surprised that they didn't get another shot on you. But I think they were trying to reposition more so than anything. Smoke screen. Yeah, that's fair. But you know where they were shooting. Like, I feel like there could have been a better attempt, but it was tough. I can understand them wanting to reposition, but there's a chance that we could have got a pick there potentially. But even if they get the pick, they're getting beamed by the ball point, regardless. Force them to go for me. I gotcha. Yeah, good cleanups. Y'all are holding mid. I'm interested in this kind of scenario. I'm interested to see how you all play this. This is one thing, like watching DivX teams and like just higher level players. Because like in the spot, we definitely would like to have a better, we'd like to have a better push than 48. And there's a ton of time. So like there's too much time for us to just stall for the rest of the game unless we're Starburst. They're comfortable stalling for over 3 minutes. But yeah, I'm interested to see how you all balance trying to get more points with actually getting picks in this kind of scenario. Again, I really like the stall on the Booyah Bomb. Oh no. The jukes. Oh, that was almost such a sick play. I don't know how to explain this. Your choice in where you throw the Booyah Bombs is like so good. It's something that you develop. I think it's like intuition more than anything, but I just really like that, like, you're not trying to throw it at them directly, which I guess like this thing's in the way, but I just like that you force them to like make decisions with Booyah Bombs. Like you're not trying to hit them directly with it. You're like, it's either you back up and you give up the space or you have to you're forcing to take a fight with me. And like this person doesn't want to give up the space, so you put them in an awkward spot where they have to run away but also have to deal with you moving forward. It's like these little decisions that I really appreciate. At this point I'm actually crying. But you almost make it out. I love the juke, but unfortunately that thing's in the air for so long. It probably would be better for you to walk toward mid, honestly. Just cuz like even if you make that juke, like they still have this thing open forever. That's one of the things with this stupid special power up stuff. Is that they needed to have like 1 or 2 less shots for that to be viable. But I love the idea. Yeah, I would probably look to use Squid Roll because like you have to stay alive for multiple shots. And they don't have many other targets that they really want to go for. Like you're kind of a high priority target, so there's a potential chance that you go closer to your teammates because you had a teammate top ramp. Like there's a chance that you potentially drag a second person into it, so you staying alive as long as you can isn't the worst thing in the world. But if I'm actually trying to stay alive, like if you're trying to negate it so that you're the only one that survived, or there's only a chance for them to splat you in that scenario, then I think you played it okay. But if you're actually trying to stay alive, I probably would look to Squid Roll. And I'd probably look to actually get behind cover. I just hope that they miss. But again, it depends on the perspective of what you're trying to do in that kind of scenario. But yeah, like you're saying, I would have hated to be either of the splashes in this game. As a splash player that's played against double and triple machine and just buckets in general on this map, I mean, I'm sure you all know it's pain. I love the patient play. Just baiting teammates to slow the push. I don't know what happened with the rest of it. I'll probably still get this clean, but did someone slip through or was there just like an unfortunate? Yeah, because that pick makes sense and then you're able to trade 2 for it. Like I think the way you played this is fine. Then if you trade here, it's fine. Oh no. Your ballpoint is trying to help your machine. I don't hate the idea. That's unfortunate that they ran into the yeah, Acer Baper. Yeah, no, those plays are super sick. That's the thing that's really tough about watching high level Splatoon is like watching just a full game live without being able to pause. it's so hard to keep up with like a lot of these really intricate decision making. But no, the bait was super sick. I love it. And the foresight to like reposition to be able to play around it perfectly. Super, super good. That's tough. Because I think your machine was letting the ball point, or like it was baiting for the ball point and then it just ran into the Rainmaker shot. It's tough. I don't know. I'm gonna go back from your perspective after getting splatted. I don't know if we necessarily need to force in this spot. I threw after row. I've still yet to incorporate squid rolls into your instinctual movement. I'll try and the whole number of squid surges 0. Yeah, squid surges, they do have a place in specific spots if you're trying to get to certain ledges and you have to go through an uninkable part or through the air. Like there actually are some squid surge setups that are actually kind of nice, but you don't use those all the time. Squid rolls are, I like them, but you like, I don't know. There's certain spots where just doing a short hop is like way better than squid roll, because squid roll like keeps you in the air longer than like a short hop. If they minimize the amount of time that you're in the air, then you probably like squid rolling, I think would be a lot better. I know some people said on land like squid rolling is a lot stronger, but yeah. When you screw up painting the wall, yeah, or you're playing Salmon Run for sure. Manta, I mean, so squid surging is good on Wahoo. There's parts on Sturgeon where it's fine. Sometimes you can use a well-timed squid roll to take the height, but there are a couple of like, when the spinner is all the way down on Sturgeon, you can use it to squid surge up to the grate. It's hard to explain, but there's a lot of spots where squid surging's fine. On Mako zones, on top of the stacks, there's like the L block. It's like 1 dot block and then 2 dot blocks next to it on the stacks. And you can squid surge from the front of the stack, like all the way up to the top of the, to those uninkable blocks. And sometimes when I'm trying to position on right stack, like if I'm trying to push into right stack, I'll use that to get into position to crab, but yeah, it's few and far between, but there actually is some good tech overall with it. But anyways, I love this play. I'm interested to see why we played it so fast. Yeah, I think the idea is fine. One question I have for this kind of scenario, Fantar, if you're, because like in this scenario, both you and the your splash are like trying to take space as fast as possible. Like they've already gotten first checkpoint. Would it not be better to have a special? Because like overall you'll have a ton of base paint. And that part of this is me trying to confirm my understanding of these spots. Because like there's a lot of these spots where like the decisions aren't always there's never a perfect decision, and like both of them you kind of have to weigh which one's better, and then there's a lot of nuance to all of it, but like there's a ton of base paint. Would your crab not want to like paint and get set up? Because like you can crab here and like deal with people all along this way. Like, would they not want to paint and have their special ready and just kind of poke with burst bombs until they're ready? Like, the only thing, especially against this comp, is like you have to deal with inkjet and just a bunch of BS. But yeah, this is the decision making that I struggle with in a lot of spots. If we do that, we're losing a ton of space. That's fair. The only thing in that kind of scenario, though, like if you're taking this fight, because at least the way that I see it in this type of scenario, we'll see how it is. But like if we okay, let's say that we take this space, so we have this, and we're fighting. So we're fighting this area, and we're in control of this area, and we're looking to push in. like whether we take this fight here or we take a fight with proper paint and having specials and stuff, like in my opinion, with us only getting it to 38, I feel like we only have like one actual chance for us to like hold the lead. Like if we mess up here or we mess up with this push, like the enemy team's probably gonna take lead either way. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting decision, but I can definitely understand like wanting to take space faster. I guess y'all are able to stall long enough with your other specials. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. You're able to get the stop at least. Yeah, there's this is my only problem with this, like, which to be fair, like the way that this initial push happened, this is like probably the most catastrophic result. Like if you play this out 10 more times, this is probably like the worst result that's possible. This probably doesn't happen as many times as it does. Because realistically, you probably hit a shot and then your machine, or sorry, your splash, like Acer or someone else probably does enough to like actually chip. Looks like what Uzi did for combat. Yeah, that's fair. Because yeah, that's tough. But again, like, I guess the thing to say with your team, and I'm not used to having a comp that's yeah, I don't. I'm actually interested. Did they just die on the wall? Oh no, not like this. Oh, that's so sad. That's actually so sad. Yeah, that situation could have been stalled even longer if Flash was able to stay alive, but that's tough. I've been in those scenarios. Your brain's already thinking about like 20 other things. We'll let this play out, and then I have like just one more comment going back to the decision of taking space versus building specials. Hey yo, clean up, inkjet, inkjet. There we go. All right, that's sick. Okay, so the one last thing that I would say about because I was just posing the question of taking space versus building specials. The one thing I'll say is like y'all actually have like, I'm not used to playing with like a fully functional like disgusting comp. Like this comp is like disgusting in a good way. It's a really good comp, and like y'all have redundancy in terms of specials that can stop the Rainmaker like throughout your entire like comp. So I think it's probably okay for y'all being the first two in to like push forward, because your ballpoint can probably paint for that. Actually, I don't know if the ballpoint ends up painting for it or not. But like y'all probably don't even lose lead there if the splash doesn't get splatted in that scenario. I'm just gonna go back a little bit longer real quick. I want to see how everyone else comes in after y'all take that space. And the only reason why I bring it up so much is like, these are the scenarios that when I'm VOD reviewing, I don't have a DivX player that I'm like, I don't have DivX gameplay and I'm not a DivX player. So it's hard for me to like justify stuff. So not that this is perfect play, but yeah. Go for space or build special. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Oh, whoops. Sorry, I gotta go back a little bit farther. Because like your ballpoint ends up having special, but I'm guessing they probably painted for it off spawn. Okay, they're already at 50, so yeah, they're ballpoint, so they just have special immediately. So hard to choose, yeah. I think this is honestly fine. It's tough that like, because if y'all get like a single trade here, or your splash doesn't die to the Booyah Bomb, like this shark I think is probably fine. I mean, really small, the water ball are really big. little bit of both. Now the water bottle's massive. It's just easier to hydrate with this giant bottle of water. Especially when I talk a lot. To hydrate quite a bit, so it's easier versus having to get up every couple minutes. Yeah, that's something that I didn't consider, and I'm just going back for my own sake, because yeah, you know, the people that are coming in first are able to take space and then like just leave one person, leave one person to actually build the special and be able to stall, which I think is fine. Because again, like if you're able to stall for long enough with your ballpoint, which Splash hasn't been able to paint with the way that they played this, but y'all probably could even get a second special. Because y'all just need like a single pick from all of this in order to like not give them lead. Like this is like the most unfortunate circumstances and like outcome of this whole play. Oops. So, and even then they all still almost had opportunities to stop it, so that makes sense to me. So I definitely think in my position, like there'll be times where probably other teammates that are gonna spawn later can probably build special, but I'm just like defaulted into building special, so it's definitely a tough scenario. But the more I think about the play and like how it turned out, I think y'all probably played it okay. It would have been nice to have a Booyah Bomb or a Crab with the Inkjet to like actually confirm picks, but again, I think if you play that scenario out another 10 times, you'll probably have another special and stop that pretty easily, like at least 50-60% of the time. What the jump timing? And I love immediately taking space. Like they're already 2 down, there's like a slight risk, and I'll let it play out after, but I again, this is like just instinctual, just, you know, the intuition of like an aggressive machine player. It's like, okay, we have picks, like I just need to like find something, and just immediately looking to take these kinds of picks, like getting picks before the enemy team sets up. Anyways, I'm gonna let it play because I'm talking too much. Nice. Nice. Yeah, overall, that was a really really sick game. I'm not questioning myself. Yeah. Like that's like, again, that goes back to like the speed of play at this kind of level. You know, you have to take a lead and it's like, okay, this is like our one opportunity. If we wait too long, the enemy team starts like respawning and they get specials, and you know, y'all are able to play that fast with the comp and everything. Honestly, I don't know, yeah, with 2 down for sure. I don't realistically, I don't know if there's anything I can really provide a lot of context. So if we go back, I'd have to look at the game again from a more higher level perspective, but in terms of like which splash was better, I don't think it, at least in this game, it didn't make too much of a difference. The one thing I will say is that we found ourselves in a lot of scenarios where we want to be more aggressive, and we want to be able to like aggressively take space and stall as long as possible, so our ballpoint can get Inkjet, or for like one of our specials to get their special. And I think to a certain degree, like Suction Bomb does help with that. I don't really know if there's, I can't remember, but I don't think there was too many crabs that were like super wonderful. But there were a couple of times where Burst Bomb indirects or directs, like Burst Bomb damage, led to us having an easier time with getting picks. So I don't know, there's still trade-offs. I do think in zones I probably prefer Neo Splash, but I think on this map mode specifically, I think this is probably okay. I think you'll have a lot of good opportunities where even if you don't have control over the map, you can still stall for a long period of time with being able to just get a pick on the Rainmaker. So, I don't even know. I have more questions than anything, or like there's more like interesting decision points. Um, but yeah, the only thing I would potentially say, and like, there's no like, I don't think there's anything objectively wrong with any scenarios that you put yourself in, but it's just like it's the whole risk reward kind of situation, and I think you. I'll just do a slash. I think you navigated it probably either optimally or like you played it pretty well. But there's just like there was a couple of interesting decision points. One of them being, I mean, there was quite a few, but the that one time that you got a pick and then you were like dancing to survive the ballpoint, and the ballpoint's like in the air, like shooting shots at you. I do think I probably would have tried to use this pillar. It's a little bit more predictable movement, but if you make it out, you can actually like squid roll up here and then like you're chilling, or maybe technically right here. But what was it? Oh yeah, the other spot was this whole like taking space for specials. I still don't know, but the more I think about it and the more I look at your comp and how fast y'all get specials, I think taking the space is totally fine. And then, you know, like no question, you when your teammates get picks and you're able to drop and start pressuring this ball point so that they can't get in a good spot to set up, and y'all end up getting that pick and then wiping the team for the KO at the end, like, you know, that's obviously, you know, you played a lot of these situations really well. I also really like the way that you played very patient on this wall, because even the because like if I'm in mid and they have a machine, like I'm always thinking about this wall first, but it's still really hard to play around the way that you played it. Like the speed at which you navigate as a machine, um, it it's just like very impressive. Like you're so aggressive to take space that you can probably like you get to this spot as fast as possible, and then you like slow down a little bit, and then you like call for someone to, you know, like someone to bait you, or you know, you can wait for an opportunity where this person is like not focused on you and you can clearly see that, you know, there's a ball point that's trying to rev up and start looking to push mid, and then you get like easy picks. It's just your style of play and the speed at which you get into position is like super good. We're playing more aggressive than them, so we prefer to have burst the combo. Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. I think especially with like, because I wasn't watching the other machine as much, but you know, especially with the like your overall build, like y'all are running a lot more swim speed, y'all are running a lot more, and yeah, even with like the ballpoint and stuff. Because is this your like team, or is this a pickup, or is this like a random like +1 scrim or something, or I don't know. I don't know how scrims work, but like this, your builds are very cohesive in the way, like it feels very optimized to how y'all specifically play. And I wonder how much of that is deliberate versus just it kind of worked out that way. If you play with these people often, then it makes a lot of sense. Because like special charge on ballpoint is not like, at least a main of it we don't really see all the time, but from the way that you all play, like y'all take space and stall in a lot of spots, and the few times you need a special, like having the extra space makes a lot of sense. It's a team, you're subbing for them for a LAN. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, is that one of the qualifiers? Because I know that there's like some EU qualifiers and everything. On Flounder, BP needs a farming jet. Okay, so do you think special charge is I mean, do you think special charge is map specific for this? That does make a lot of sense. Gotcha. Okay. So wait, when is that? Is the qualifier like coming up very soon? Need to qualify, gotcha. Because do they do it for like each country? Because I'm pretty sure you're French, if I'm not mistaken. And I know that France is absolutely stacked at this game. So y'all definitely have some tough games ahead of you. Obviously, y'all are like really, really good players, but yeah, I don't know, it's crazy. What is your NA time zone? Oh no. What is your LAN experience like? Are you like super comfortable and you have a lot of practice in it, or? Because I feel like there's a lot of lands, especially in like France. So I feel like if you've been able to like get to them, you're probably pretty comfortable. But hopefully, hopefully you're able to do well. There's so many French teams and players that I like. Um, yeah. Your like your experience when you play at LAN. Like, have you played in a lot of them, or have you only been? Because I don't know like your overall competitive experience. I don't know if you played in like a bunch of Splatoon 2 lands, maybe even Splatoon 1. Um, or if you've only been to like a couple of lands and you're like new to it all. Oh, you never played at a land. Nice. I would definitely do everything you can to like whatever headphones and stuff that you need specifically, make sure that you're good to go there. Obviously gonna be pretty loud. Just because you can like hear everyone and stuff. But anything that you need to make yourself more comfortable, I think is definitely very helpful. And then obviously like making sure that you've had enough food and slept enough and everything. That stuff's super important. But um, playing at a LAN is like super uncomfortable. Not that like you're automatically gonna play worse, but it it takes some getting used to. The entire environment is gonna be different. Like you have to adjust your volume to be different because you have to like hear other people talk. And like even when you're calling out, it's like, do I need to be like really loud so my teammates can hear me? Or because if I speak too loud, the enemy team is gonna be able to hear my callouts directly with most setups. So it's interesting. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I'm American, so I don't know anything about anything. We're dumb Americans. So I'm not super sure about locations, but yeah. Hopefully it gets streamed. I know that usually like the later rounds I've seen of those types of tournaments, but hopefully that gets streamed. But overall, this is, I don't know. The play is super sick. Obviously, I learned more from this than you probably would get out of me. But the only thing that I would specifically say is just, when you put yourself into a lot of these plays, and at this point, like speed versus special, or, the percentage of me staying alive probably is higher here, but there's a chance that they have a bigger play if I go into this type of scenario. Like a lot of this, you probably are you have a lot more experience and feel more confident making these decisions than I make it out to be. But yeah, I guess just make sure, I don't know, especially for LAN, just I would be careful not to get caught into the tilt feed isn't the best way of putting it. I would say try to keep your emotions in check. And just make sure you're able to play solid. Lands especially are like very interesting from a lot of perspectives. Some people really perform super well under that kind of pressure. And for some people, they may get very nervous in spots, and then that may lead to them potentially feeding. If you're new to lands, you probably know the type of person you are. Your play says a lot of confidence, but obviously you know yourself as a person better than I do. but just make sure that we stay consistent kind of throughout, like both throughout the game. And it's not to say like when you took this spot and like you kind of whiffed on this person, it's not that this is a bad play, but don't let that affect your decision making for future plays. Whether that be that you play too slow, you know, you're like, oh no, like I just whiffed that, so I'm gonna lose confidence in my shot, and I don't want to go for that aggressive play. I didn't see that in this game. Like you very much just like stayed the tone, but sometimes the extra pressure of like qualifying and all this other stuff can like get to people. So, you know, when you're in a LAN environment, just make sure you have like water if you need snacks or anything. Just have something with you. Get it. But yeah, there's nothing else I can say. That was a fun thing to watch. Oh yeah, the only thing I would say is that I'm trying to get, I don't know if you would be interested, but like I my goal is to get a lot more plus server, or just like overall, it doesn't have to be plus server specifically, but just like higher level scrims. And I know that some teams, especially when you're qualifying for stuff, you're going to be a little bit more, you keep it close to yourself and you don't want other people to like, you know, leak strats and everything. But if y'all had codes, like I don't know if there's a good place, but I'm looking to take replay codes and just like post them. Like I want to record the replay codes and just like post them on YouTube basically. Because especially with like some of the other views that I do, also for myself, like part of this is like selfishly, like I want to get better and see more high level content, but just like as like a more sustainable thing, I need connections. I have no higher level connections. So if you have any codes that you'd be willing to provide, or, you know, if there's access to like some sort of server that people would be fine. Like you don't have to like type out the codes or anything, but if you just like take a screenshot of your game or whatever, like I really want to get into the habit of providing more content, which, you know, hopefully for the players themselves, they can like, if it, you know, having their name out there in more places, and yeah, especially on Syndu's page, having more codes and everything would definitely help. Because I wanted to do like an overhead, and I also just want to like get everyone's POV. Because my ultimate goal is just to have, like, if someone wants to learn machine, like, I don't know how much you stream. Do you actually stream? Like, feel free to plug your stuff. I appreciate you like coming through and everything. I don't know if you actually stream on Twitch or not, but if I use someone like Volty as an example, where like Volty streams a little bit, but doesn't stream all that much. You know, I have a teammate that plays Carbon, and I'm like, oh yeah, just go find Volty footage, which fortunately them playing Carbon lined up well with the InkTV stuff, so there was actually Volty footage to watch. But like, you know, I would love to say, gotcha. I would love to be able to have Bantar footage and say, hey, if you want to learn how to play like an aggressive, like movement intensive version of Machine, I would love to like plug your stuff, you know? So yeah, if you have any codes, I would love to dump them, but over time I'm trying to develop like a more sustainable way of receiving codes. But yeah, if you have anything, I need to like test out the setup and everything. So you know, this code will definitely be used for that. But yeah, if you have any others, I'd love to do it. And yeah, if you want to stream, you know, I would say all high level players and streamers, I would love for them to provide more content. We're starved, which maybe y'all don't feel it on the +1 level, but for us, people trying to get better, we're chomping at the bit for breadcrumbs. So I'm trying to do my part if I can, and get some of that stuff uploaded so that we have, you know, this type of footage to be able to learn from, especially for a lot of different weapons. Because like I think Fuzzy was talking about like +1 scrims and stuff, and is saying like tent, like there's like 2 core comps and one of them involves a tent, but like I haven't really seen any tent. And like, not that I deny it or anything, like I trust Fuzzy and his analysis on stuff. He's a really smart player, but like I have no tent footage. Actually no, we do have tent footage. We have AI. AI is actually a sick tent, but like actual like top level stuff, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. with whatever you got. I don't know if you need my Discord. If you're in the server, then you might be chilling. But otherwise, feel free to just send it that way. And yeah, if you post a screenshot or if you do it through the app, I think there's a link. Whatever is easiest for you, I'll make it work. But that would be like a massive help. So I'm trying to get like... Alright, cool. Awesome. Alrighty. Honestly, we'll probably stop here. It's already midnight. My dogs are looking at me because I want to go outside. Oh, we can do one more. We can do one more. I bet. You're here, Ace of Clubs. Yeah, I got you. We'll do one more. One more and then we're done. I got you, my friend. Oh, oops. Let's get it. Oh yeah, we didn't look at the stats. What the? Wait, it's the second game that we saw that Splash is getting outpainted by the machine. What's going on? If they didn't die to Booyah Bomb, they would have outpainted for us. Played this game perfectly. Yeah, this was a heck of a performance. I believe. I love Alliance Rogue, but I believe in the Phantar upset. So is it just one team that qualifies, or are there multiple teams? I would imagine it's one per region, but maybe they do like multiple. I don't know the scope of the overall tournament. I feel like it'd be criminal to only have one French team. 2 teams? Okay. I feel like for France, they should give you like 4 or 5 teams. Because there's like Alliance Rogue, Squidding Good. Obviously, like, I don't know. There's a lot of EU players that I know are like obviously like your French and your teammates, and like Obito. But yeah, there's a lot of room for potential champions of if whatever bigger thing that they have planned. Yeah. Wait, they're all French? I didn't know that. That's sick. Oh yeah, Pramana. I remember I played a game of Colo Q and I got matched up with Pramana on my team, and I didn't play awful, but there's just a clear difference between Romano playing with a bunch of people that are not +1. Oh man. They were getting so, like, they tried their best, but I could tell that they were getting very frustrated with our play. I feel like I've improved since then, but yeah, Alliance Rogue is yeah, France has a lot of really good teams. That'll be a super hype lamp. Super hype lamp. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So I guess if you've never been to a LAN, have you met any of like the other French Splatoon players in person? If not, that seems like super exciting. As is, you know? That's like the other fun part about LAN is just to like see everyone. You haven't? Oh, that's awesome. That'll be super exciting. Go to Riptide. Brother, I'm broke. There's no Riptide, we got Rip Bank. Our bank account is struggling. We're both broke. If there's still a healthy LAN scene in like a year, I'll definitely make sure we make it work. All right, let me get this updated real quick. But before I do that, I need to. My wife's trying to lay down, and she needs the bed sheets on the bed to make that work, so we're gonna I'm gonna go do that so she doesn't have to wait on me. Splatbrella, let's go. I can't type. I'm too excited to see some Brella gameplay. Alright, and then we're looking at open. Open with friends. What are those? Yeah, no problem. Honestly, I learned more than you, but yeah, any time that you want something reviewed, I gotcha. And again, any sort of codes that you have from any scrims or anything that you play, feel free to send them my way. And if you have anyone that you play with that also has codes, feel free to tell them to send it my way. I wanna learn more, especially about the EU players, because I'm not super familiar with you all. Only the few that I've seen, but yeah, let me plug you all. I don't have much of an audience now, but it's you know, let's let's give you all some more attention from us NA plebs. But yeah, that was really cool. Thank you, thank you. Have a good night, and best of luck with your qualifications in a week. Anyways, I'll be back in like a second. And by second, I mean like 3 minutes. Alrighty, we are back. Back and alive as ever. Did I miss anything? 5-star Brella. Sheesh. Wait, Spanish Armada might go to Riptide? That's sick. Double backline. Decently close, but I'm lazy. The ultimate decision. 22-hour bus trip. Holy. Alright, anyways. So yeah, this is open with friends. So I'm expecting the highest level of coordination imaginable. Anyways, oh wait, do we have multiple ace ofs? Oh, just ace of clubs and ace of chaos. I'm here for it. I'm always a fan of the matching names. Always, always, always. Okay, anyways, looking at our comp. What? Oh, TC. Ew. Why are y'all playing this rotation? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. The Wahoo TC. The one fortunate thing I'll say about your comp is that there's no backline. Because E-Leader just sits up here in their spawn and you just cry. Or they sit up here and then you just cry. Because you can't get past first checkpoint. So at least the comps are both pretty low to the ground. You do have a Tetra. Honestly, I wish this was a silver arrow spray so that we could have a fizzy for chip. But like Booyah Bomb's also really good. Because yeah, double reef slider, maybe not the play, but Booyah Bomb's good. First bomb is nice to help out with this. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what the Splat Relic kit is. Sprinkler try. What are these kits? Sprinkler Tri Strike. Alright. So honestly, our specials are okay overall. When we look at the enemy team comp, they're very just a whole lot of shooters. And if your team's able to space and play together, I think you'll probably have an advantage here. Using crab at a good time as well is going to be important so that they don't get completely blasted by all of the potential specials thrown their way. But I think I do actually like your comp quite a bit. We didn't do the names on purpose? You didn't match the names? That's crazy. Even more points for letting fate decide. Oh yeah, I guess the O's are a little bit different, so respect. Yeah, as a brush, basically, or what am I saying? Brush as a Brella. Trying not to get caught for too long. Try to be close enough to our teammates to be able to work with them. I also think you mentioned that you might have popped off this game, so we'll leave that in the back of our mind. Need to get better with Tri Strike. All right. Honestly, most of the community needs to get better at Tri Strike. But early on this map, probably just painting for special, honestly. If you can help your Tetra when they get into position to be aggressive, then definitely go for it, but I should be able to shred this. The sprinkler's cute. We're finding ourselves in a really tough spot here. So I don't know if I would have given up mid as fast as we did at the beginning of that match. Oh, whoops. Like, it was a little bit risky getting into mid at the beginning. Like, this is a little bit risky. But once we're in this position, I'm kind of digging that we're here. I'd rather us stay here and like look for our teammates to push up with us. Like, we're holding a very important spot here. Like holding this gives the rest of our team a ton of space to be able to move. And so when we see this person drop, we can just hold this type of spot, position ourselves behind this wall and just get some paint. And then whatever teammate you have next to you should be able to deal with this arrow spray without too much trouble when they have no paint to work with. I guess it would have been arrow spray versus arrow spray, but I don't know. Yeah, once we're in this kind of spot, we need to be careful. There's a chance we could go for this flank over here and like wrap back around mid and look for like a play. Because there's probably going to be people in mid that are like sitting near the tower that we could look to stop. But we don't get a ton of value here. So I like that we repositioned. Okay. Tri-strike there I think was okay. Like you're able to start moving forward. I maybe would have timed it a little bit later so that your teammates could push in and get into a more aggressive position, but you were able to push in with it because crab was still going on, so it's a little bit of a different timing window than I would have probably preferred, but I think it's fine. Nice. Oh no, poor arrow spray. Poor I don't know who at this point. Good job repositioning. Yeah, this is pretty minor, but it's like the second time that you've kind of done this, so it might be a pattern. So I just want to like talk about it now. This first pick is sick. This positioning is sick. I think we just sit here. Like there's two of them on tower. I think the last one's coming off spawn. Oh wait, there's one coming off spawn. But overall, we don't need to like jump in, if that makes sense. Hold your position and just take shots. Like your team should be able to chip them. In this kind of scenario, they don't really have anywhere that they can go. So like if you get shots here and keep on high ground and like your teammate gets shots, like yes, they may get a couple of extra points, but at this point they got past the first checkpoint, and like them getting to 55 versus 60 doesn't really matter too much. But I don't like us getting rid of our high ground position in order to like drop on the enemy team, especially when we're playing something like Brella. You know, if we were like a Stamper or something, but even then I don't know. I'd rather us get these picks more cleanly, or at least get a couple of shots before we start dropping. It's kind of funny that we boop them off with our Brella. But I think we'd rather have an easier time, yeah, because like there's no reason why we should ever trade in this scenario. Those two picks should be pretty clean, and if we hold our high ground, then we're chilling. But honestly, doing it for the boop, I'm here for it. I do like that we're painting for special. Yeah. The other thing here, and this goes back to just like trying to play around high ground. So in this kind of scenario, like we throw Booyah Bomb on the tower. So you have two ways that you can play this, and I don't know which one's technically optimal, but you can either swing to the right side and like start just painting at this person's feet so they have nowhere to go, and maybe you get the splat, maybe they jump out, but you kind of just like neutralize the situation. The other thing that you can do is like, instead of pushing forward toward the tower, you could back up and get back up to the plat and keep this high ground. Because there's a good chance that like if the tower continues to push, then it's going to push away from the plat, which isn't great. But high ground gives us advantage, like it gives us an opportunity to see what's going on in mid, and we have a better idea of what's happening outside of the tower. But what I don't like after this, what I don't like is that we're trying to just like immediately step onto the tower. We don't like, we got them off of the tower. We need to focus on control, which in this case is like getting this splat on this person that's like out of position and doesn't have a ton of paint. But we're like, we're wasting time doing that by like trying to take the tower. And I think we're like autopiloting the, oh, they're off tower. I need to touch tower. So it gets back toward mid. But you know, we don't have to be that greedy or aggressive to moving the tower. Like we got them off the tower. Realistically, they can't get back on the tower. So, you know, it's going to take us a little bit to be able to get control back into mid. So I'd rather us focus on that first. And then after that, we can look to get control of the tower. But just that little bit of time like makes it so that we're in range of potentially getting spotted by the Tri-Strike, which is what ends up happening. And again, this is just like, these are two splats that didn't need to happen. Like your last two deaths didn't need to happen because you're fighting advantageous fights with your teammates. So when you're in like really good spots, there are certain cases where, in like how we saw with Phantar last game, there's certain spots where if you need a lead and like it's time sensitive, then you trading with someone else and speeding that up is good. But this isn't one of those scenarios. This is still very early in the game. This is a very controlled scenario, and like Wahoo World's very weird, so you have to like keep like, I don't know, you have to take really weird routes in the mid. So speed isn't that big of a deal. Like I'd rather us be cleaner so that we can take control of mid with more people. I also think we can probably jump in this scenario. Potentially. I didn't look at our build. We have Object Shred. I'm interested in why you picked Object Shred, but I don't know. I don't know enough about Grellas. I don't really know what they'd want to run, but either way, I think this is fine. You do a good job of helping out your teammates. I don't know if I would have started with the boop. Maybe your timing got a little bit I would stay a little bit farther back in the scenario and just get that first shot. Like we're playing against two shooters, we don't necessarily have to rush it or anything. Mostly for Rainmaker, I gotcha. Yeah, if we got a shutout before the Brella came out on this person, then we probably get it cleanly. But I would have kept Brella out, so again, we don't get splatted in these types of scenarios. Only one gear set, I gotcha. No, you're fine, you're fine. I'm not too worried about it, I was just interested, see if I missed anything. A lot of times when I go through a lot of these reviews, especially for weapons I'm not familiar with, I end up learning a lot, so. I always just ask for the justification just in case. Not because I'm like trying to nitpick, but just to see. But again, I like that you kept your Brella out there and like stayed alive. You know, there's a lot of these scenarios where you're with your team and I just want to make sure that y'all get those picks as cleanly as possible. Now we need to paint. We really need to paint. What is happening? Nice shot. I don't know what I just watched. I'm here for it though. Okay, okay. So with this Tri-Strike, there's a couple of different ideas here. So we're here. We have about 30-40% of tank left. Before we just start using Tri-Strikes, I would actually just prefer us to just get paint out. There's a sea of blue everywhere. And I'd rather us hit a couple of these areas with our paint. Brellas can actually do a decent job of providing paint, at least enough around the tower so that we can see oncoming threats. And I don't like that we pop Tri-Strike without too much information. Like we're close to getting some value out of Tri-Strike, but like we don't have teammates to push with. We don't know who we're throwing it at. Like we're just kind of throwing them out into the wild. And you're saying you need to get better at Tri-Strikes. The first thing I would say is like try to give yourself as much information as possible. And you can get information through painting, you can get information by playing with your teammates. But when you're just around to see a blue, it's going to be really hard. Like you can see people swimming into certain directions, but you know, as you're looking over here, there's someone that's approaching from one of the other seas of blue that isn't painted. and potentially puts you at a risk of getting splatted. Like you're still getting tri-strikes out and this person's already climbing tower, which this window is like really close. Like you're able to get your safety umbrella out before they get onto the tower, but I'm very uncomfortable with this whole scenario, and I can feel by the way you threw your tri-strikes that we don't really have a good idea. But in your spot, I wouldn't know what to do with it either, because it's like, you know, you got the one on the one person that you saw swimming through ink, but I would much rather us paint until we're in a position to where we might need to use them. Because we can also, like, there's a lot of climbing that they have to do to get to the tower and everything. We can also throw tri-strikes kind of at our feet and close to us to force them off if they start pushing toward us. But I'd rather us get paint and establish paint before we use our tri-strike, just so that we know what we're using it for. Like there's no immediate threat when we popped it outside of paranoia because there's no paint. So I'd rather us paint and then use tri-strike. But either way, nice play. It was a really nice play. I was gonna say, I don't think you need two people on tower, so I'm comfortable with you moving forward and cleaning up the two. You probably can clean up one and then have a decent fight on the second one. Which this fight's extended for a while. You're able to reposition. Ooh. Sheesh. Yeah, and it's like in this kind of scenario, we don't. Like a lot of these tri-strikes just feel very rushed. And like you do want to get the tri-strikes out because you can farm them pretty fast, especially on an open map like Wahoo. But you have to think about, like, you know, there's a balance between quality and quantity. And like this tower, you know, they're not getting close to getting more points. Like they've already gotten through the first checkpoint. I'd rather us slow down a little bit. But overall, you're able to find a fight in mid with a shooter. So like you're chilling, but we could have got a little bit more value out of everything. More. He's eating them up. Nice. I like your timings between shots. I can definitely tell that you're pretty comfortable using Brella and you're comfortable with the timings. That's really unfortunate. Yeah, I think we're also getting into a habit where we're just like trying to touch tower when we don't necessarily need to do that. Like if someone's already on tower, just play around the tower. We don't need a second person on the tower. And like I understand that like this person's jumping in and you want to get close to them, but there is some danger to you being near the tower with your teammate. And like especially if they have crab, like, you know, they're popping crab, and with this person here, there's a good chance that they're just going to be sitting in ball form like this. So I'd rather, like, you should be able to predict that this is going to happen with your crab teammate popping crab on tower as this person's coming in. You could be sitting like somewhere around the tower and getting shots on this person. Again, this is just another example of you have the opportunity to stay alive and get the pick pretty cleanly. Like you put yourself in a good situation and you make it harder than it needs to be by like jumping at the enemy team. It's unfortunate that you died because a bomb hit the crab, but that's one of the risks that happens if you get close range. What the? Things are getting a little trash talky in solo queue. Okay, okay. I like these storylines. That's the other thing with this tri-strike is like, what value are we getting? Because we have tri-strike, two of our teammates are down, one of them should have quick respawn, so they'll be back pretty quick. But like, why do we need to use tri-strike right this second? Is it important for us to get them off of the tower? Because like, when we don't have a lot of teammates and we don't have a lot of paint around the tower, what we're saying with our tri-strike is that it's really important with the tower in mid, basically, that we need to get them off of it right this second versus trying to use it with the rest of your team. Well, like 2 of your teammates are spawning in, the other one's causing chaos, living up to their name on the left side of the map. And you know, we want to play with our teammates with this. So instead of like when you have your special ready, you want to try to rig the circumstances so that you get as much value out of your special as possible. So if I'm you in this scenario, I would just get paint. All of this blue in this area, I would start getting paint toward mid and like around this. Get paint, let your teammates get in, and then, you know, if they're still sitting on the tower after you've painted and like towers like and tower starting to get like in this position and start moving, then you can use Tri-Strike. But like we're just forcing them off of tower while our teammates are still not able to help. So like they got off tower for a couple seconds, which realistically they're probably going to do anyways because they see you. But yeah, just fight for paint. We don't need to fight for objective right now. We're getting very autopilot on like we need to deal with the tower. Tower's right in front of me. We need to deal with it immediately. In a lot of cases, this will be a lot of cases of Splatoon, like we just need to get paint. We are a pretty good painter with Splatbrella, so we just want to try to focus on paint in these kinds of scenarios. Like paint's important in this game. Even when you know it's important, you should probably still be painting more than you already are. So really try to maximize the opportunities for you to be able to paint. Because especially with Brella and especially against the comp that you're playing against, if you do a good job of painting, you can provide inevitability to a lot of these scenarios. So instead of feeling like you have to jump off of high ground to like take a fight with someone in close range combat, if you just paint their feet and paint all around them, then they have nowhere to move while you're still shooting at them from high ground, and you can very safely and effectively and consistently get those splats. And we're very risky. We want to get them off towers so we can immediately take a fight with them. And we're just leaving it up to these weird like 50-50s. Where like both people have some paint and, you know, Brella has a decent job. Brella can do a decent job against the, you know, a short range shooter, but you're like focused on touching tower for basically no reason. So now you're just in these weird spots. And you don't want to try to, you know, you want to try to optimize as much as you can, and you don't want to coin flip if you don't have to. There's just a lot of these spots, you just got to slow the brain down a little bit. Give yourself time to think. Because I don't really agree with a lot of your Tri-Strikes, and like you're mentioning, you need to get better with them. I don't think you're like you getting better with Tri-Strikes comes from you needing more information, not that you're making bad decisions, basically. You recorded a video? What kind of video did you record? Awesome job stalling and staying alive while your teammates helped. Perfect. Yeah, you did a good job of doing that. Like working together in that kind of scenario. Accidentally turned down your gain at some point. Honestly, that happens to me all the time. There's a gain knob on my microphone. I have no idea how it does that. I don't know how I accidentally turn it off in scenarios. The world may never know. Is crazy. Is actually crazy. Oh shoot. My gain knob is so loose. Feels bad. Feels low gain. And again, slowing it down and you know, taking good fights. I think you are doing really good at that. But again, we're using our Tri-Strike just super nervous. like in the scenario, like y'all are taking the lead. Y'all were gonna have the lead anyways. I'd rather you in this kind of scenario, just like there's 22 seconds left. Y'all are taking lead with or without your tri-strike. I'd rather you just hold high ground. Like if you go back to the enemy plat and just keep good paint, you can keep your tri-strike in the game. That's one use case of the tri-strike that's like the same thing as Booyah Bomb, where you can use them. You can end up using tri-strikes, especially on tower control, at the very end of the game. So when your team has a lead, which y'all have right here, your team has lead. So all you have to do is keep them off the tower in 22 seconds. So just keep painting, keep hold of mid, and then once the clock gets closer to 0, be in a safe spot and then use your tri-strike then. Like again, it would have been better for us to just paint versus like panic tri-strike all over the place. Your Brella plays good though. Oh my, how are you alive? Yeah, because now you're moving backwards, you don't have a special, this could potentially be scary. Like your team should have this under control, but that's potentially scary. But that was a sick game. A lot that I enjoyed, a lot that we could definitely work on. But I think your mechanics, that's like the interesting thing. A lot of people at this, at least that we've seen, and maybe it's just like sample size or something. But I feel like everyone that's around like the S plus, like S plus level, or like S plus 0, y'all do a really good job at, like mechanically, y'all are killing it. Especially when y'all play these weird weapons like Tint and Brella and all this funky stuff. Like you'll have the dedication to the craft. Your weapon knowledge is very solid. It's just like the playing Splatoon part that can be tough in spots. So when it comes to a couple of these things, so I'm gonna go back to the beginning so there's not blue paint. Oh no. Okay, we're good. All right. So the first thing that I would say is slow down. Specifically slow down when you have an advantage. So when your team or whatever position you're in, when you are in an advantageous position, it's okay to slow down a little bit, especially like there are certain spots where if you need to get a lead or you need to get to a certain point, then you'll end up wanting to, you know, actually continue to speed up and like cause chaos. But there's a lot of scenarios where we're not in those spots. And part of that goes to your tri-strikes. Part of that is you jumping like you take worse positions. Like you're in a good position, you're set up for a nice play, and then you compromise and you throw all of that away for an opportunity to get your pick faster or get the splat faster or in the fight faster. But you lower your odds of being able to win them because you're like, you feel very rushed. I feel very stressed out sometimes with the way that you play. When you take certain fights, when you take a 1v1 and you slow it down, it's nice, therapeutic, you are chilling, but then like there's enemy paint around me, I have special ready, we're trying to move forward, I'm ready, I'm just throwing specials, tri-strikes going out, I'm taking fights, I'm booping people as they jump in, like it's chaos. You may be the ace of chaos. We may have gotten the names a little bit mixed up. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, you put yourself in good spots and then you like make them worse. and that's something that we want to avoid. Um, Another thing is I think you autopilot the objective a lot. I think it's important to keep an eye on the objective and understand where it's at. But like we don't need to use Tri-Strike when tower's just like sitting in mid and they're just starting to push it. You know, we don't need to like force a fight when they're on tower. If me waiting a little bit longer is like when tower was sitting here and we like jumped off of flat, like we're jumping down here to like take this fight. When like our Brella's still in range, we just keep chipping away at them while the rest our other teammate comes in and also chips away at them. Like the people on tower had nowhere to go. And like that play ended up going well for you, but it's just needless risk. You know, there's spots where you're just like trying to move in and touch tower just because you're physically capable of doing so. Instead of focusing on the person that you dislodged from the tower. And instead of dealing with this person, we're like focusing on getting to the tower, even though we know we can't push it. And a lot of our movement, like there was that situation here where they threw Tri-Strikes, and because you had to run and touch tower before pushing this person, that extra movement and the extra time wasted climbing the tower and then jumping off of tower immediately after is what kept you in the range of their Tri-Strikes, and you ended up trading with them instead of just it being a clean pick. Oh yeah, the other thing with the slow down, I was gonna put it as its own point, but it goes back to like slowing down when you have an advantage. We want clean fights. And what I mean by clean fights is that when your team has like gotten like an initial pick, for an example, we don't want to go and like immediately rush a fight with someone. If someone's on our side of the map and it's a 2v1 on our side, we should be able to take that. And I'm speaking in generalities, every scenario has its nuance, but there's definitely fights that you just need to slow down, especially with the weapon that you are, and just make sure that you get those cleanly. There's so many times where you traded when you had no reason to need to trade in those spots. And I don't know how many deaths you had at the end of the game. You obviously played really well, but probably like 4 or 5 of your deaths were trades that didn't need to be trades. They should have just been clean kills. And then the final thing that I'll say is like just overall the idea that we need to paint more. I think we want to paint specifically like before special. So when we go back to Tri-Strike, we want to make sure that we get paint out before using the special. I know that it's shiny and that we really want to use it so that we can keep painting and build another one and then keep painting and build another one. But we want to paint before special. We want to paint before fights. But our success in Splatoon as a whole is to paint. And we get more options for both ourselves and the rest of our team with consistent paint. So again, I talk about how important painting is, and then we're like, okay, we need to paint more, and then we still need to paint more than that. I've gone through like 10 iterations over the course of playing Splatoon of like, okay, I know that I need to paint, now I need to paint more. And like that's something I'm going through even now, where it's like, oh, I need to paint even more. And like really understanding it, and like the context of like what it means to paint and how we get value out of it like changes over time. But yeah, that's something that I would really have you focus on, because this goes back to like slowing down. In spots where you try to speed up the game, if you paint instead, you still are productive during like that downtime or whatever. And sometimes it just feels like, oh, like I can definitely like, I can definitely win this fight. I'm confident in my skills, but over time, we really want to make sure that we're, making sure that we stay alive as best as we can. And painting just helps altogether. And you're playing a pretty good paint weapon, so. Overall, we'll look at the stats, but good game. I think your Brella skills are really, really good. But, you know, just try to clean it up a little bit. 27 and 6, yeah. Yeah, almost all of your deaths were trades that were unnecessary. So you almost have like this perfect game if we just slow down a little bit. But overall, really awesome stuff. Almost as awesome as JM478. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, my friend. If you or anyone else would like to submit a code for review, this is probably going to be the end of the stream tonight, but we'll be doing more reviews tomorrow. And currently we have we have 3 lined up. I think there's a 4th one. I actually need to start with one from Mystic, sorry. From Mystic that provided a code through text, but anyone that would like to have a code, I think there's probably one more code for tomorrow that isn't already posted. So if you want to post it now and reserve that to make sure that you get a review, we might be able to do a little bit more. We'll see. But yeah, it's already ending. Oh, I'm so sorry. You will be here tomorrow. If you want to see some of the content, feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel. I'm currently at 99 subscribers, so if anyone wanted to be a lucky number 100, I would be forever thankful. But we do the reviews live on Twitch here, and they're more long form, a 5-minute game. Sometimes it can be 20 minutes, sometimes it can take over an hour. You never really know, but I try to shrink it, still keep it intact as like a full review, but really focus in on the important parts. And I put that in the YouTube and that like in the videos, and that's where we're at now. 101. Holy wait, y'all are awesome. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Y'all are so nice and so kind. There's also some additional guides that I'm going to be making. Video editing is a skill that I'm slowly learning, and it does kind of gatekeep me in a certain way, but we're trying to move past it. We're trying to learn on top of everything else that we're doing. But I have a lot of plans for content moving forward, and you know, well, it'll be more than just VOD reviews, but this is helping me get into a better routine. So I try to get them out. I'm working on my process to get them out more, but I'll have one out for at least for tomorrow. But yeah, I have a lot of like other guides and stuff that I'm planning on making. And you know, if y'all have any ideas for what you're trying to learn, or if you have any questions, I can definitely try to form that into other stuff. But overall, that's where we're at now. Again, I really appreciate you all. I appreciate all of the love and support. I'm so sorry that you just got here, JM, and now we're leaving, but we'll be here. When we started the stream, so 6 hours from now, we'll probably start a stream at a similar time. And yo, what's up, Optic? If you have any codes, definitely feel free to put them in the Discord. That way we'll save them up. Post a match, that'd be sick. Yeah, I'm here. I'm ready to help. But yeah, usually it's around the same time, maybe a little bit earlier. I don't know, I'm nervous. Hey. Yeah, sometimes you gotta embrace the nerves. That's how we face the adversity, and then we get better from it, and we all learn together, you know? I learn from you all, others get to learn from it. Hopefully you get to learn something from it. We all become more well-informed and think about things. because of it. So you're helping me out. Hopefully you're helping you out, and you're helping out others. So, but I can understand them there. So feel free to take your time and everything. But yeah, that's where we're at now. We'll be back for more. I think if there's one more. So Optic in there. Do you stream around 7 p.m.? I don't know what time zone you're in. I'm gonna be honest. I'm Mountain. Usually I start between 5 and 6, and sometimes a little bit later. But usually around 6, I would say Mountain, Eastern. So yeah, probably between 7 and 8 Eastern. I'll be live tomorrow. I might be probably closer to 7, I would say, than 8. But that time block just depends. But I had to do a bunch of cleaning and stuff today. The normal weekend housework. So tomorrow should be a lot more free for me. So hopefully I can start even earlier. But if you're here around the 7 p.m. block, you will be good to go. Yeah. Again, appreciate you all. It's just been really nice interacting with everyone, talking about meta stuff with people, really getting different perspectives, seeing people play different weapons, seeing people play the same weapons I do, but in a different way. Like it's a fun environment for me to learn and just keep going. And again, hopefully I can share any knowledge that I have and help you all improve. Because that's kind of at the end of the day, that's just what I like focusing on, is letting people enjoy the thinking about the game, because I want to make sure that others learn. Sometimes it can be hard. Like, the Splatoon community is very friendly, but sometimes it can be hard to find the right resources to learn. And obviously everything that Jim's doing with Squid School is wonderful and is a awesome step in the right direction. And there's a lot of good players that will talk about someone like ProChara has a lot of knowledge and articulates it really well. But just the more conversation, the better. So hopefully I'll be back here tomorrow, same bat time, same bat place. Good luck in all your games. Stay hydrated. Say nice things to yourself. Editing a montage for TikTok? Yo, let's go. Let's go. I'll see my matches and possibly post one. I appreciate that. But either way, again, thank you all. Tried to sell you some Umbrella VODs, but I couldn't find any. I'm here for you. That's my next step. I'm finding high level gameplay. I want to find all weapons. There are some really good high level Splatbrella players, but I will make sure that we find that content. No matter what weapon you want to play, I want to find a high level player that has played serious games for you to be able to learn from. And together, we will become better. Brella's going to be tough though. I'm going to be honest. Brella, blah blah, but there are some Brella players that are super high level. We just got to squeeze those games out of them. But anyways, I'm working on it. The exact scenario that you're in right now, that I want to study the game, I want to learn the game, I want to improve at the game, but I cannot find it. That is what I'm trying to focus on. I want the people that are actually motivated and want to learn and improve in the game. I don't want them to be gatekept by not being able to find resources to do that. That's my biggest thing. So I'm here for you. I can't play Splatbrella myself, but I will certainly find you some good gameplay. And all the support that you provide allow us to get there one step closer. But we got some plans in the work. Yo, what's up, Tra? Bad at analyzing. It's tough. It's one of those. It's a skill that you build. I don't think I'm the best at it, and I often doubt myself, and I have plenty to learn myself. But the more you practice, the more you just put yourself out there, the better it is. And that's also just part of talking with you all, is being able to get a perspective from different players. And the nice thing about analyzing stuff is that you have like infinite time to be able to do it. You can pause it, you can rewind, and really give yourself the time that you need. Because Fanthar came in a little bit earlier and showed us like a, I don't know what kind of scrim. It was basically like a +1 scrim, but they were like practicing for some French qualifier that's happening next week. I think it's like the Nintendo one. And yeah, like there was just a couple of really interesting decision points that, you know, I don't think I disagree with how they played it, but my understanding of those types of scenarios of like taking space versus painting for specials, I usually err on the safer side of building specials. And, you know, obviously Fanthar, a very really good player, plays very fast because they are the top of the game. You know, obviously everyone can still improve, but they are the type of gameplay that you learn from, you know, like that's like the type of gameplay I want to look for to actually be able to like show to other people that want to play machine. It's like this is what you learn from, this is what you this is what top tier gameplay looks like. So like being able to like break down their footage allows me to, you know, start questioning my own understanding of a lot of scenarios and have a second perspective for that. So that was a really cool experience, and you know, that helps me improve my decision making. So now when I'm playing in you know, upcoming tournaments and scrims and everything, I get to practice that and help that balance, and hopefully it allows me to to be better, so then I can help explain stuff better, and you know, so on and so forth. It's a cyclical process, so as long as you keep putting yourself out there and keep trying, that's all you can really do. Yeah, have a good night. From what I'm told, Div 7 Hog. The nice thing is that those goalposts are, that's not really the goalposts, but your skill and your ability to learn and improve, all of that gets better with time. So don't put a label on yourself. You might be Div 7 now, but you'll be Div 5, Div 4 in a few months, I believe. If you put your mind to it. Let's be real. I mean, hey, if someone is a higher number than me, and that means I'm a lower div, that means I'm a better player, and then I feel better about myself, and that's what's most important. I mask my insecurities into divs in a competitive kids shooter with squid and paint. And anyways, I gotta go. But what's Amy doing? Oh, Amy's playing the sevens run. And by sevens, I mean 9. Well, I don't know where I got 7 from. But Amy's doing a 9s run on the rotation going on now. And they're playing with a full party. So I imagine it's going to be complete chaos. Amy's wonderful. We love Amy. Amy competitive. Streams all the time. Chill vibes. Funny. A wonderful place to be. You faced DNA when you were S+3. Oh no. I'm sure that's a fun story. Oh no. DNA's are really good. Yeah, I think they're Div X. They're like Div 1 Div X. I think they're just Div X. They're some of the, you know, up and coming teams to, they have the skill to rival top teams, but there's the whole strategy and experience and everything else. They're very good. But anyways, the raid's gonna go through. Thank you all. Have a good night. Enjoy yourself. Stay hydrated. Say nice things about yourself. Be nice to the people around you. I sure love matchmaking. Hey, we get anarchy. I mean, we get a league battle soon. I'm hyped for it. But anyways, take care. Have a good night. Appreciate y'all. Catch y'all tomorrow.